igual que darle a grabar por lo que...
Ya le he dado a grabar. En 2 sitios.
Que yo no quiero escuchar luego...
Ahí dice que va prensa.
Son de Sevilla.
Ahí dice que va prensa.
¿Hay no prensa?
Allí, se van a chupar allí.
Nos podemos poner en plan.
En prensa baja los primeros minutos,
Que ya le di varios contactos.
El evento
Please, good morning, Algeciras. If you can have a seat. We are close to start this MEDports Association Technical Seminar dedicated to the green transition of maritime transport. I will be with you a long part of this day. So my name is Philippe Guillaumet. I'm the General Secretary of the MEDports Association. I will give you some words about the MEDports Association, but maybe you can find this brochure and the office, the desk at the entrance of this fantastic room place. So I have the honor to moderate this day, and it's a real pleasure for me to be here. So I don't want to take too much time, and I'm going to call on the stage for the welcome words, Mr. Gerardo Landaluz, Algeciras Port Chairman. Please, Gerardo, join us on this stage. Mr. Alvaro Rodriguez da Pena, Chairman de Puertos del Estado. Please, Alvaro. And el alcalde de Algeciras in español, in Spanish. You can join us on the stage for the welcome words. I think you can join us or stage. Up to you. Up to you. Victor Lucas. And we are more than honored to welcome the President of the Council of International Maritime Organization and representative Spain at the IMO level, Victor Jimenez. So, I have the honor to open this fantastic welcome session, so I will try to do that, and after I will let the mic to Gerardo Landaluz, Chairman of the President of Algeciras. Dear Mayor of Algeciras, dear President of Algeciras Port, dear members of the Medport Association, dear President of Puerto del Estado, dear colleagues and friends, on the behalf of the Medport Association and its President, Mr. Martel, we would like to thank you, the Port Authority of Algeciras, for hosting us and for hosting this seminar on the green transition in the maritime transport. I have to say that it is with emotion that I opened this seminar, because 2 years ago, we were obliged to cancel this seminar because of something, I don't remember the name, COVID-19. And as a symbol, we are 2 years after here for the first MEDports meeting organized physically in Algeciras. So we are very happy, and with emotion, we are here. During these 2 years, the ports and all the workers have proved their resilience and their capacities to face with the world crisis. Our ports are kept open, which allow to maintain the main supply chain across the world. Without our ports, without our willingness, the consequences of the crisis would have been worse. So during these 2 years, modestly, the Medport Association has worked to maintain the link between members in order to create the conditions to a constant dialogue, allowing us to exchange some best practices to cope with the pandemic. Since 2 years, many things change. However, the necessity of the green transition is still the same. And I would say that the COVID-19 has showed that this transition is even more a necessity for all, and especially for the maritime transport. The situation regarding the climate change is known by everyone. Reports, studies show us we have to act, and urgently. That is why we organize this seminar about the green transition. And that is why we will organize the annual conference of the Medport Association in July in Civitavecchia, another members of the Medport, about the digitalization, another pillar of the green transition. Just a word about our association. The Medport Association was created with the help of the port of Algeciras and other ports in 2018. Whereas the willingness of 20 ports around the Med and many Spanish ports, thanks to Puerto del Estado. And we are representing now more than 70% of the total handling cargo in Med, so we are quite big now. And our association, via cooperation exchange between members, aims at achieving three main objectives. First one, to contribute to the development of a sustainable and resilient maritime transport in Med. We want to create joint projects, particularly in training or in network development. And we want to promote the Mediterranean as a strategic logistic platform connecting the continents. In our association, as I said before, we strongly think that the green transition is at the heart of the recovery. It's at the heart of our development. It's at the heart of our future. That is why we have considered important, I would say essential, to organize this seminar to talk about the green transition with all the stakeholders of this common challenge. Institutions, shipping lines, port authorities, shippers, port service providers, operators, etc. We are all concerned by the green transition independently of our individual interest. With the port of Algeciras, that I really thank you, his president, Gerardo Landalus, I know since a long time now, and his team with Luis and Anna, we are working on the seminar since months, and we hope that the speakers and panelists will give you a good overview of the challenges and the drivers of the green transition in Med. Just 2 seconds to warmly thank my colleague Anna, who stayed in Marseille. She made a real fantastic work for the organization of this seminar. Thank you, Anna. So now I'm going to let the floor to the president of the Port of Algeciras, Gerardo Landalus. Please.
Muy buenos días, bienvenidos al puerto Valle de Algeciras, a todos los presentes y a quienes nos seguís también por streaming. Permítanme que salude y agradezca su presencia entre nosotros, también a la ciudad que nos acoge y a su alcalde, querido hermano, José Ignacio, a nuestro querido presidente de Puerto del Estado y compañero Álvaro Rodríguez da Pena, y también a nuestro querido Víctor Jimenez en su calidad de presidente del Consejo de OMI. Bienvenido, Víctor. Y con su permiso también, pues voy a cambiar el inglés, por aquello de que vamos a hacer un poco de mix. Y especialmente para saludar a mi compañero Philippe Guillaumet. Philippe Guillaumet, dear Philippe, thank you very much for your support to organize this event here in Algeciras. As you mentioned before, we have been in touch, especially for this project during 2 years and a half. But now the day has already arrived, and all the previous introduction that you have already made about the seminar, it's really a landmark. At the same time, I would like to thank the good work that you are doing as Secretary of the Association of MEDports, which is a project, it is a joint project of all the colleagues from different ports in the Mediterranean, which makes sense, especially nowadays. At the same time, I would like to thank all the speakers to participate in this event and all the people that they follow us by streaming. In this sense, I would like to thank particularly to Victor Jimenez, as chairman of the IMO Council, and Álvaro as chairman of Puerto del Estado, for their ability and interest to participate in this conference from the very beginning, as well as the rest of the speakers for their contribution. We think that the European Union is doing a good job in this sense, with some indications that we will discuss later on. But at the same time, we think that OMI has a special role in all these projects, in all this process. So their voice has to be very well listened, and we all hope that you will have this initiative that we all need in order to coordinate the different measures that at the end of the way they will come up. The Port of Algeciras is located at the Strait of Gibraltar with more than 150,000 ships passing every year and 30,000 calls a year, which is a very important detail, has a strategic geographical location that gives us the opportunity to be the spearhead of a competitive and sustainable port and first quality logistics services that generate added value, working closely with our customers and port community and benefiting our regional economy and employment rates. In the case of the Port of Algeciras, basically around 30,000 jobs depend directly or indirectly from our port and logistic activities. This kind of jobs is not only an important amount, but at the same time it's quality jobs. And in this sense, probably speaking, correct me if I'm wrong, Álvaro, it's 16–70% of all the port activity in the country. So that's a big amount of employment that we have to keep in mind, treat them carefully. We are all aware that the importance of the climate change for our future, as Philip has mentioned before. This is why it's now, when we must take the initiative to implement sustainable projects in all aspects, social, economical, and environmental, that allow us to contribute to the well-being of the current and future generations. The right balance between development and environment is an urgent must. In this sense, the European Union has been a pioneer promoting the Green Deal, taking on a series of challenges that intend to tackle through the Fit for 55 measure package, and whose aim we support 100%. The Port of Algeciras, together with other Spanish ports, such as Valencia, Barcelona, take advantage to welcome them, Tarragona. We are working closely with Puerto del Estado to improve the Commission's proposal. Our intention is to improve the ambition and effectiveness of these measures and avoid that, in the case of the ETS, as it is currently defined, we end up exporting the CO2 from maritime activity related to Europe to our neighbors in third countries. Even promoting tax havens of CO2, while those who don't share these commitments to the environmental can evade easily compliance with this directive and continue with their emissions in the Mediterranean. And it is something that we have been discussing with our colleagues from Malta. I take advantage to welcome your delegation, and all the colleagues from other ports in the Med. And this is something that it's really worrying us. So we have to achieve and to get equilibrium between the target, the objectives, and the way how we're going to proceed. At the same time, I would like to thank Wpsp as an organization and his representative that is here today and is doing a great job in this sense. At the same time, I'm finalizing I would like to share a message that, taking in consideration that the maritime transport gets 80% of the whole trade exchanges. So it's something that we have to keep in mind, and please don't demonize maritime transport. Don't demonize it. We have to support incentive measures and not just penalizing measures. Today's meeting helps to create a common awareness of environmental questions, to share sustainability initiatives, and to learn about the best practices and success stories of our Mediterranean colleagues. So I am delighted to listen and learn from our speakers. Thank you very much, all. Thank you.
Thank you for these words, Gerardo, and now, before letting the place to Mr. Alvaro Rodriguez da Pena, Chairman del Puerto del Estado, I just want to share with you the words of my President, Mr. Martel, General Manager of the Port of Marseille, who asked me to apologize him and to wish you a very fruitful seminar. So just to share this word with you, and now the floor is to Mr. Alvaro Rodriguez.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure for me to be here and to exchange with all of you our position in terms of the development of sustainability in ports, mainly devoted to environmental issues and, of course, linked to the energy transition we are incorporating in our activities. I have talked previously with Gerardo that I will use Spanish language in order to combine both, ¿no? So I will change into Spanish now. Buenos días. Voy a ser muy breve porque tengo una presentación posterior y creo que estamos muy marcados por el tiempo. De hecho, nos han obligado los ponentes a poner 4 slides. Cada uno nos hemos buscado la vida para eso. Es muy importante esta jornada por varias razones. Una de ellas porque se hace aquí, en el puerto de Algeciras. Lo ha dicho el presidente del puerto, de la autoridad portuaria. Este puerto es el primero del sistema portuario intergeneral desde muchos puntos de vista. Uno de ellos es desde las oportunidades que nos da la transición energética. Estamos pegados a la gran ruta marítima global este-oeste, pero también estamos asimilando un creciente flujo con el norte de África en unidades RoRo que nos está empujando también a esa digamos, puesta a disposición de oferta infraestructural de servicios e incluso infoestructural que nos haga ser competitivos. Y en esa competitividad no solamente está el posicionamiento geoestratégico, la capacidad de nuestras infraestructuras, la relación calidad-precio de todos los servicios, está, entre otras cosas, estar en la punta de lanza, en la vanguardia de la transición energética. Hoy día los mercados tienen internalizado lo verde, nos lo van a exigir, nos lo están exigiendo ya los que estamos vinculados a ellos, ya sea desde el lado público como desde el lado privado. Además de buen precio, además de calidad, están exigiendo certificado en lo verde y hace falta ser los primeros de la clase desde los puertos por la capacidad de irradiación que tenemos hacia el exterior en esta materia. Evidentemente eso ha de ir alineado con una regulación desde la Unión Europea que sea adecuada, que será objeto de discusión más adelante. Yo espero que sea muy enriquecedora para todas estas jornadas. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, Mr. Rodriguez. Now we are pleased to welcome Mr. José Ignacio Landaluz, Mayor of Algeciras. Please. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchísimas gracias, secretario general. Presidentes y querido Víctor, en tus distintas responsabilidades en tu andadura, siempre has tenido muy presente que defender la actividad marítimo-portuaria era defender especialmente el puerto donde has crecido como persona, donde tu familia ha ido creciendo y que tus distintas responsabilidades nunca han hecho que te olvides del puerto de Algeciras. Hayas estado en Londres, hayas estado destinado donde sea, embajadas, etcétera, no has dejado de estar presente el estrecho de Gibraltar y esta zona tan importante donde los puertos hermanos de Ceuta y de Algeciras quieren crecer y quieren crecer en competitividad, en generar riqueza y generar empleo, ¿verdad, presidente? Y después el presidente de Puertos del Estado es alguien que es de los nuestros. Conoce este trasiego de los 120.000 buques al año que tenemos en el estrecho, es el tercer punto después del de Malaca y después del de Panamá. Y entonces, lógicamente, eso requiere también aprovechar el punto geoestratégico y competitivo que tenemos aquí y que seguro que conocen todos ustedes. Como alcalde, darles la bienvenida. A los que no están aquí presentes, que vengan, que les daremos, somos una ciudad hospitalaria y somos una tierra cruce de caminos donde nos cumple siempre a gala tener el que somos gente que sabe abrir los brazos y acoger a las distintas personas que nos puedan estar en nuestra tierra para crecer profesionalmente o humanamente. Y también, bueno, en el doble papel de alcalde, pues es una ciudad comprometida con el medio ambiente, queremos crear riqueza, queremos empleo, queremos ser más competitivo, queremos tener infraestructuras que desarrollen además no actividad solo aquí, sino por todo donde derrama cualquier actividad que se genera en puertos secos, en zonas logísticas, en zonas estratégicas, que nos da especialmente el tema del ferrocarril, ¿verdad, presidente de la Cámara de Comercio? Y bueno, pues como ciudad queremos crecer en un entorno medioambiental muy comprometido. Sabemos que se puede conseguir y se debe de perseguir el crecer en competitividad y en actividad, pero también crecer en compromiso de presente y de futuro medioambientalmente hablando. Después aprovecho también que Algeciras, pues lo decíamos hace un momento, el Ministerio nos ha cogido como referente en cuanto a ese compromiso medioambiental que es la Agenda 2030, que al final es un paquete de 1000 compromisos. Somos 4 ciudades en toda España los más avanzados y hablamos de tú a Pamplona o a La Coruña, se dice pronto. Pero también aprovecho mi condición de miembro de la Comisión Mixta del Congreso y del Senado de la Unión Europea. Y aprovecho mi condición allí para distintas actividades, pero una de ellas es que cada vez que comparecen miembros de la comisión, cada vez que viene gente de Bruselas y comparece con mucha frecuencia, siempre presentamos el tema de que queremos crecer en competitividad, que queremos crecer en compromiso medioambiental, pero cuidado, sin que eso no sea perjudicial. Es decir, queremos, y es compatible, el que tengamos un compromiso medioambiental en la Unión Europea, pero que no pueda ser algo que nos repercuta negativamente respecto a competitividad con otros puertos del Mediterráneo, ¿de acuerdo? Entonces, hay que tener muy presente que los objetivos que se quieran perseguir de compromiso medioambiental tienen que ir aparejados a que o bien hay una compensación o bien tiene que haber algún tipo de actuación. Si no, al final nos estamos haciendo una competencia que nos debilita en vez de reforzarnos. Y bueno, pues en esos dos papeles creo que en el lado tierra y en el lado mar el compromiso tiene que ser pues para las nuevas energías y el compromiso medioambiental, pero también, sin lugar a dudas, sin perder ni un ápice de nuestra competitividad. Todo lo contrario, ser cada día más competitivos y al final, pero no porque queramos crecer por crecer, sino queremos crecer por crear riqueza y empleo. Y ello tiene que ir unido a una actitud y una disposición y unos acuerdos en la Unión Europea que nos ayuden en ello y no nos perjudiquen respecto a puertos en nuestra zona que pueden competir contra nosotros en unas condiciones desiguales. Así que pues, darle la bienvenida a todos los que están ustedes aquí y a todos los que nos siguen a través de streaming y bueno, pues seguir queriendo y deseando que el puerto de Algeciras y el puerto de Ceuta, que el estrecho crezcan y crezcan para al final llevar también riqueza no solo a la parte europea y española, por supuesto, sino también un compromiso medioambiental que tenemos que tener con la parte africana y también un compromiso social que tenemos que tener para con los puertos y con las zonas africanas, que al final es el continente que más está creciendo, pero es el continente donde o bien tenemos un compromiso de corazón o de cabeza o nos estamos equivocando en presente y en futuro. Nada más y muchas gracias. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. This session is closed now, and I would like to thank you for these words. And I think that the seminar is perfectly launched now with these introductive words. So now we are pleased to open the first session. The first session with Mr. Victor Jimenez, President of the Council of the International Maritime Organization for 2022 and 2023. Please, Senor. Maybe, Alvaro, you can stay here because you are speakers Yeah, you are in the second place after that. Thank you, Senor Alcalde. And so now, for this session, I'm pleased to call on the stage Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Rodriguez. Walter Selen, please join us on the stage. Anthony Smirchail, it will be online. The same for Mrs. Rosa Antidormi. Frank Lowers, please. And Daniel Di Miguel. Frank, if you want. Daniel Di Miguel. And during the installation, I mentioned my members of the association, the Port of Barcelona, the Port Training Institute, the Malta Freeport. You are here. Thank you to be here. I think I do. And the Port of Algeciras is here, so it's okay. Yeah, we are ready. Please, Mr. Jimenez, for a presentation about the IMO recommendation. Sorry. No, I'm waiting for Victor. Come on. Thank you very much. Sorry, I don't want to. Just to tell you, all the speakers, you have 6 minutes, maximum 8 minutes. So please don't shout the sheriff of the time. If I have to cut you, I will cut you. Thank you very much.
So dear Philip, you are prepared for sharing all kind of IMO meetings with this kind of really strict direction for the floor and for the participating. Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. Dear Mayor of Algeciras, dear Gerardo, President of the Algeciras Port Authority, distinguished representative of the Medport Association, dear friends, colleagues, family, greetings to all. Mayor and President, I do know the implications and the relevance that international events like the ones we are having today represent for the city of Algeciras, which is also my hometown. So let me congratulate you both for hosting this international seminar on green transition for maritime transport. I would also like to thank the representative of Medports Association for counting on me to participate in the seminar and giving me the opportunity to be back home and meet with very close friends and colleagues. Taking into account we only have a few minutes for each presentation, and considering the utmost importance of the topic we are trying to address today, I will be back to the matter in hand right away. First, I would like to briefly introduce what the International Maritime Organization represents for shipping. As you may know, IMO is the United Nations specialized agency with responsibility for the safety and security of shipping and the prevention of marine and air pollution from ships. Responding to climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our era, and one which IMO has been taking for a long time, almost more than 1 decade. In its role as the global regulator of the international shipping, IMO has developed a rough measure designed to control emissions from shipping sector. IMO continues to contribute to the global fight against climate change in support the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 13, to take urgent actions to combat climate change and its impacts. As you may see, this will be the points I would like to address today during my presentation. I would like to try to explain what the adoption of the initial IMO strategy on the reduction on greenhouse gas emissions from ships has meant for member states and shipping. In just a very quick snapshot, we will see the most relevant part of the initial strategy, and we will continue with the last amendment to the Annex 6 of the MEDports Convention concerning the reduction of GHG emission from ships. I will also try to let you know what will be the expectation for the upcoming discussion at the Maritime Environment Protection Committee as the competent technical body of the IMO responsible for the issue of the GHG. Finally, I will try to offer some kind of findings to finish my presentation. So let us begin. The initial IMO strategy on the reduction on greenhouse gases emission from ship is used as a policy framework to set up IMO actions to reduce greenhouse gas emission from ships. The strategy is a key starting point for the future work of the IMO, represents a framework for member states, and also allows future IMO works on climate change to be rooted in a solid basis, providing certainty to all member states and the maritime industry. Some key elements of the strategy try to be focused particularly in the level of ambitions. The strategy set up different level of ambitions, mainly to reduce carbon intensity of international shipping by at least 40% by 2030, pursuing efforts towards 70% by 2050 compared to 2008, and to reduce the total annual GHG emissions by at least 50% by 2050 compared to 2008. As I mentioned before, the strategy also includes relevant elements for its own implementation, such as a candidate list of short, mid, and long-term measures, the procedures to assess impact on states of every single candidate measure. This is a very important, a very high political issue to discuss at IMO, but also includes capacity building, technical cooperation, and research and development, and also a review clause to revise the strategy very shortly next year in spring 2023. Try to come in the first technical issue. We will try to let you know the last amendment to the Annex 6 of MEDports Convention, which were adopted in June 2021. And thanks to this amendment, ships will be required to reduce their GHG emissions. These amendments combine technical and operational approaches to improve the energy efficiency of ships, also providing important building blocks for future GHG reduction measures, such as the one we are trying to define right now at the IMO. The new measures will require all ships to calculate the Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index, EEXI, following technical means to improve the energy efficiency and to establish the annual operational carbon intensity indicator, CII, and the CII rating. With respect to what we can expect for the upcoming discussion at MEPC 78, in early June, I would like to mention that we will continue working with the plan on the concrete way forward to make progress with candidate mid and long-term measures, including measures to incentivize to move away from fossil fuels to low and zero carbon fuels to achieve decarbonization of the international shipping. This is the main issue why we are here gathering together today. These are only the main elements of such a deliberation: the development of a draft cycle GHG carbon intensity guidelines for marine fuels, the establishment of an international maritime research board to coordinate and oversee possibilities on research and development efforts, and proposal to establish a market-based measure, and in particular a proposal for a mandatory levy on all GHG emissions for international shipping, and the consequential creation of an international greenhouse gas levy fund to collect all the revenues come from this levy, and also the establishment of the key principle to be followed in order to be fair and effective tool for contributing to the decarbonization of the international shipping. To conclude my presentation and to be precise with the time provided by the moderator, I would like to highlight some ideas as findings. It has been recognized that the need to strengthen the ambition of the initial IMO strategy during this review process I mentioned before. It has stressed the need for the IMO to send a clear signal on its commitment to reduce GHG emissions from ships to achieve zero emission by 2050. This is very ambitious, but this is what we have to do in the future. At the same time, due consideration should also be given to impacts on states and scaling up actions and support to developing countries, as has been mentioned by the mayor of Algeciras regarding to the African countries, including finance, technology transfers, and capacity building to ensure a fair and just transition. It is expected to continue working on the development of a combination of measures. It's not going to be a measure that is going to allow to reduce the GHG issue. It's going to be a package of measures. So this is the approach we are having at the IMO, working with different approaches and different technical and operational measures. And finally, there is a need to intensify climate diplomacy campaigns, such as the one that led by France and Spain. We have established a group on interested parties called Trust Group, with the view to build bridges among member states, facilitate discussions, and reach consensus with the intention to leave no one behind. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, moderator. I'm open for any question coming from the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are near the timing. So now we are pleased to welcome again Mr. Alvaro Rodriguez for a good overview of the strategy of the Spanish port about sustainability. Please, Mr. Rodriguez, come to the mic. Thank you very much. 6 minutes, maximum 8 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay. 6 minutes. Thank you. Well, you can see here a schedule of the Spanish port system, which integrates 46 ports called as general interest. The Spanish port system is constituted by Puertos del Estado. It's a national agency involved in the planning and development of the ports, also the regulation, and 28 port authorities. We have this way to develop and to allow the functioning of the ports since 1992. So we have more of 30 years like with this regime, general regime. Recently, we have finished, together with Puerto del Estado, together with the 28 port authorities, a strategic framework which involves all the planning figures we have in each port authority. We have a strategical planning made by each port authority. Also, we have master plans related with the infrastructures, and also we have business plans that we review year by year, 28 business plan in a medium term involving budget, objectives, and so on. And all of these figures that has each port authority are based in general in the general overview of the strategic framework. We have put in this framework in the same level of relevance three dimensions: the traditional dimension, the economical dimension, also the environmental dimension, and also the social dimension. This is the first time in which environmental and social aspects are in the same level of relevance that economical aspects. And we have incorporated 7 big criteria that are going to conduct all these figures of planning, with 16 strategic lines. There are 2 lines of this directly involved with environmental sustainability. I'm going to explain later. The environmental dimension is conceived taking into account 2 perspectives: an internal perspective, the way in which the port affects the surrounding area, the area close to the port. We have a coastal part, very important, and we have cities surrounding the port, so we have to focus the attention and how we are going to minimize the affections of the ports in this surrounding area. And of course, the second perspective is how the ports contribute to convey, we have talked about the climate change, and also how we push for a due diligence in terms of environmental issues through the transportation and logistic chains, being a key node in this kind of conformation of the transport network. Of course, we have to cover all the phases related with the ports: the phase of development, the phase in general of the exploitation of the ports, and that needs Philip has said very well, the role not only of the port authority as a leader, pushing for a greening in all the port activities, also the port community, completely. All the operators, all the providers of port services, all of the companies which are in the port, in activities related with the port, has to be involved in a strategic environmental plan, specifically linked with this framework. So, talking about the 2 lines, specific strategic lines of environmental issues, one of these is related with the port. When we talk about decarbonization, alternative fuels, or alternative energy in general, we are talking about climate, and we are contributed all through regulation and also through our actions to improve that. But also we have to take into account that we have a nearby area which needs to be satisfied in order of all the requirements of environmental quality, in different levels. For example, air, for example, sea, for example, land. That means that we have 4 fields in which we have to work in this first point of view, that it is close to the port, the area close to the port. In terms of emissions, the emissions, it not only are the emissions related with the greenhouses, of course, very important. We have to reduce also NOx, we have also to reduce particles, we have also to reduce SOx, that is in the medium. And all of them has to be controlled, through indicators with goals, that the strategic framework has incorporated in a consensus, with all port authorities and also with all the port sector. So that means quality, that means eco-efficiency related with the area in which the port are established. But by other side, of course, we are looking for eco-proactive ports, is the second point of view. In this kind of analysis, of course, we have to be the first, the leader in general, the transportation network, pushing for decarbonization and pushing for all the actions for the climate, to reduce the climate change. In this case, the ports has two streams: mitigation by one side, reduce emission of greenhouses, but also we know that the physical scenario are going to be changed. In fact, in the next term, so we have to be prepared for that. We have also tools for analyze how the sea and how the climate are being changing by year by year. In Puerto del Estado, we have the climate marine service, with predictions and with analysis of climate, linked directly with the panel of the United Nations, and that scenarios allows us just to be prepared for adaptation of the infrastructures, port infrastructures, and also the services, also the facilities, in order just to still be competitive in general in the transport markets. We have also a regulation coming from EU. The regulation affects ports, affects the maritime sector. In the part of ports, of course, we have a regulatement called AFIR, Alternative Fuels Infrastructure Regulation. We push all the transportation system, including ports, to be prepared for providing alternative energy, in general, not only, for example, traditional fuels for vessels, but also LNG as a transitional energy, till at minimum 2030. It is very important for us also LNG and the evolution of LNG, in bio fuels, based on that evolution, and of course the rest of alternative fuels or alternative energy which has not carbon inside. And in this case, we have to know how the market, in this case mainly the maritime sector, are introducing by now in a way of innovation, different kinds of alternative fuels in order to understand what we have to do from the ports. And I think we share with the rest of ports of Europe this challenge, to know which is finally the technique, the technological stream, in order to understand how we have to be prepared, from the infrastructures, from the services, to provide alternative fuels. But by one side, by the other side, it is important to note that the regulation has to affect everybody, all the ports. For us, for example, it is better a regulation, general regulation coming from IMO, because it affects directly all the ports, that coming from European Union, if this regulation introduce some kind of differences in competitiveness of ports, mainly ports which has, for example, transshipment as Algeciras, compared with other ports of countries which are not in the European Union, which has not that obligation. Then we are working in another regulament, that it is the regulament to try to apply to the maritime sector the obligations to buy rights of emissions of greenhouse gases, in order to look for the way to spread the measure to everybody. In this kind of actions, we are working with European Council by one side, European Parliament by the other side, also through, of course, our Foreign Affairs Ministry, which are coordinating different actions. And the measures, the best measures is by one side to ask for an extension of a transitional period in coherence with what happened years ago with the SECA areas, 7 years. No? That means that if this regulation is being approved finally through co-decision, Council and Parliament in 2023, we have a time till 2030 in which maritime operators can work looking for new fuels, no? And reduce the payments of rights, no? in ports, very important for us. And also we are working in measures which try to, by one side, consider the transshipment a special activity, no? And also push for that kind of extension. Finally, a message that I have introduced in my presentation before. We know, no, we work in ports, we know all the competitiveness factors of the ports. No? We know that it is internal, external factors. Also, we know about our position. No? We know about the capacity of infrastructures, taking into account the size of vessels, the ratio between price and services, quality of services. But today, green is a very special factor with the same importance as price, for example, because you will not be in the market if you cannot demonstrate through specific certifications that you have a greening in your activities, because it has been introduced in our clients, direct clients, final clients, in all the transportation chain. So I have to focus the attention here. We have to work together, the private and the public sides in the ports, in order to internalize this factor, the greening, in our activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a very, very difficult work to cut you, but it was very, very interesting. Thank you. Just to tell you that the presentation will be on our website this afternoon, www.medports.org, so you can have all this presentation. Please, now we are more than happy to welcome Walter Selen, the policy advisor of the ESPO, European Seaport Organization. Walter will give us some information about the Fit 50-50 and the position of European ports. Walter, please. Thank you. 6 or 8 maximum.
Of course. Merci beaucoup, Philippe. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to Medports and the Port of Algeciras for the invitation for European Seaports Organization to be here with you. My name is Walter Selen, as mentioned by Philippe in his introduction. I am the Senior Policy Advisor for Sustainable Development with the European Seaports Organization. What we do is that we represent the interests of all port authorities and managing bodies in the EU and in Norway. We represent the 22 EU maritime states in the EU. And we try to do two things, basically, as part of our work. Let's see if this clicker cooperates. No? Can I have the next slide, please, maybe, if there's someone up there? If not, I can just do it anyways. So basically, what we're doing as ESPO is twofold. One is on the European level to try and represent the interests of European ports towards EU institutions and EU policymakers. That includes, of course, European Parliament. Now it works. European Parliament, member states, as well as the European Commission. The other equally important part is to try and provide a network, a forum for our members, ports and other professionals in the maritime sector to exchange views, to have a platform to collaborate and to learn. And I think what we're doing here today at the Medport Technical Seminar is an excellent combination of those two tasks, in fact, that we're working with as ESPO. So we mentioned Fit for 55 in the title of this presentation, and this is already broached by Alvaro as well in the previous intervention. This is a crucial package for us, and the main focus of our work as ESPO and my work with ESPO as senior advisor. The Fit for 55 package basically refers to the ambition of the European Commission to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the EU by 55% by 2030. What does that mean for maritime? It means that for the first time, the maritime sector will be covered by climate regulations as part of overall emission reductions in the EU, so on the European level. For us as ports, we want to be partners in that green transition. We very much support the greening of shipping on the European level, and we think that this is a priority for us moving forward. However, not all of the proposals in the package for Fit for 55 are relevant for ports, or at least not as relevant. So what I'll do today is to give you a brief overview of the three main priority files that we're working on. The first one is AFIR, Alternative Fuels Infrastructure Regulation, an update of an existing directive from 2014 that sets the requirement for ports to provide certain types of alternative fuels infrastructure, specifically onshore power supply, OPS, and liquefied natural gas infrastructure, LNG. The second file that we're working a lot on is the other side of the coin. And in fact, it sets the requirements for the demand for alternative fuels from shipping. This is for the first time requirements for ships to actually reduce emissions on the European level by a certain point in time, and to use onshore power supply for certain ship types when at berth. The third equally important file is, of course, EU ETS, Emission Trading System, which is, I think, very important and timely for us to discuss here today, and Medports as well. Basically a system whereby you can trade the right to emit a certain amount of CO2 in the EU. This has been proposed to be extended to shipping as part of Fit for 55. And so I will briefly discuss these files on the next slide. But what we say overall when it comes to Fit for 55 is that we very much support the ambition and the intentions. And as was referred to in the previous presentations as well, we think that ports are already leading the way in leading by example, and also trying to help enabling the greening of shipping. Ports themselves are not major polluters, but the activities in the ports and the stakeholders in the port are, of course, crucial emitters that we should be partners in trying to help green moving forward. So the demand and supply of onshore power supply is one of the main topics that we're dealing with as part of AFIR and FuelEU proposals in Fit for 55. For us, we think that the requirements to supply OPS and AFIR are very much a priority. We wanted to see a more technology-neutral approach from the Commission, having some sort of zero-emission standard at berth, to have as much technology neutrality as possible. However, we see that the Commission and also the co-legislators are moving in a different direction. So what we are saying is that we do see onshore power supply as a crucial technology to help reduce emissions at berth, specifically air pollution. But we need to realize that OPS will not be a silver bullet. So we call very much for an approach of OPS where it makes sense. What does that mean in practice? It means that we try to focus on the highest polluting ship segments. We try to focus on the dedicated terminals where these ship types call. And we try to focus on the larger size vessels above 5,000 gross tons, because these are the major sources of pollutants at berth. It also means that we recognize that OPS is a very complex and costly endeavor, so we need to make sure that when we actually install it, it is effectively being used as much as possible. Basically, if it's there, it should be used, but it shouldn't be everywhere. We would also like to just highlight a little bit, and this is something we're pushing for quite a lot in ongoing policy negotiations, that OPS in the port is not as simple as just installing the plug on the berth. It's also about where you get the electricity from the hinterland and how. We see that with the current scope of the proposals in AFIR and FuelEU, we will need 15 times more grid capacity than we currently have in the EU. That's with the current scope. Negotiations are proposing to go even further in the requirements to use OPS. So this is a significant challenge that's outside the power and the remit of ports. So that's something where member states really need to assist in providing the infrastructure and the capacity. And we also need to have this in mind when we're trying to set requirements for OPS supply in ports. Maritime, EU ETS, this was already mentioned earlier. We see that this is very much an interesting approach. We do welcome the idea of setting a price tag on emissions by including maritime in the emission trading system. We want to see an ambitious scope of this emission trading system to keep it as broad as possible, to capture as much of the emissions as possible. However, preferably by the same logic, we would have liked to see a development on the IMO level, in order to avoid what we see as the key risk or issue with ETS, which is its regional nature. It would only cover the EU ports of calls by ships, meaning that there is a risk of what we call carbon and business leakage. This is a double risk, which basically means that ships would try to avoid the scope of the ETS by rerouting or changing their itineraries, avoiding certain ports in the EU to minimize the amounts of emissions covered by the ETS. What does that mean in practice? It means that we would have a less effective ETS on the regional level that would capture less emissions. We would not abide by the polluter pays principle. And additionally, we would lose some of the competitiveness and connectivity from European ports. So our strategic advantage and our position would be at a disadvantage. So when we have identified that issue, we've been working very closely with Puertos del Estado, Puerto Algeciras, and other stakeholders, including Port of Rotterdam, to try and raise this issue. First and foremost, it's about educating policymakers about this risk. Secondly, of course, we also want to be constructive and provide solutions. We will not go against ETS. Rather, we would very much like to see a strengthened ETS, where we have a clear impact assessment before the entry into force of ETS, showing clearly what are the risks, what would be the impact on transshipment, what would be the impact on land transport and the multimodality goals that we set ourselves. Secondly, when that has been done, how can we design the definitions of port call? Can we introduce a definition of transshipment port? What can be done to make it less attractive for ships to avoid port calls in the EU? And then thirdly, we would also like to see strengthening of monitoring and requirements for the Commission to take action if they identify evasion from ships. So all in all, we really think that these two files will be key to delivering on Fit for 55. So you have AFIR and Fuel EU, supply and demand of alternative fuels, and EU ETS, the setting a price tag on carbon emissions. We need to get these two approved in a way that would be fit for purpose, that creates a cohesive legislative framework, and we will continue to work together with our members and our partners in making sure that that will be the case. So I think I will wrap it up there. Maybe I'm on time, hopefully. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the good discussions.
To keep the running gag alive, you are the demonstration of the North Europe against the Mediterranean Europe. So 8 seconds, perfect. So just, we have decided to invite many speakers because we want to have a very large and in-depth overview of the question. So the presentation has to be considered like a starting point of discussion for further discussion. So if you are a little bit unhappy about this presentation, you could discuss with all the speakers after the session or after by emails, etc., etc. So now, thank you very much, Walter. Now I'm very pleased to see my friend Antonis. It's a long time I know Antonis, so but more seriously, is the technical director of EAPH. I'm sure you know, and I think you will give us, Antonis, more detail about the Wpsp program and what the EAPH does for the sustainability, the green transition in maritime transport. The floor is yours, Antonis, and as you are my friend, you have only 6 minutes to talk. Thank you.
Hello? It works now? Yeah, can you hear me, Philippe? Kalimera. Thank you very much. I would also like to ask the organizers maybe to give me the opportunity to share some slides because I cannot share them currently. But in any case, in the meantime, I would like to really thank you for this kind invitation, Philippe, and to you and to Medports and to the organizers from the Port of Algeciras. It's really an honor and a pleasure with me to be with you, even virtually. I would very much like to do it physically this time, but other engagements, and in particular, the preparations for our forthcoming IP to do that this time. But still, I hope that from a virtual setup. And if I manage to share my presentation, which I guess that now you have it on the floor, I can go on and share with you a bit of our work on decarbonization of ports and shipping as IPH, the International Association of Ports and Harbors, and especially our World Port Sustainability Program, our flagship sustainability initiative, which did start back in 2018 with a very broad aim to integrate the whole framework of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations into port policies, port practice, and port governance overall. We work with 6 main pillars in Wpsp that include infrastructure, digitalization, climate and energy, community building, environmental care, and health, safety, and security. But of course, today I'm going to focus mainly on climate and energy as the broader topic of this seminar. So the first pillar of Wpsp and what we do is really to address to our member ports and to ask them to share their best practices and projects so that we can offer to the world a good overview of the good effort and the good work that is being done by ports worldwide on sustainability, and in that case, as in this slide, on climate and energy. And I tried just to highlight some of the projects of Southern European ports and Medport Association member ports as well in that respect. So far, this exercise has been a huge success, I have to say. In the last 4 years, we currently have more than 240 projects on our database on various areas of sustainability, on all the areas of interest of Wpsp. Clearly a success story, but also an open invitation to all the ports that attend us today and hear us to go online, see the wealth of information included, and also consider sharing their initiatives with us. Part of the success is also the fact that we are linking the database of projects of Wpsp with our annual sustainability awards at IAPH. So later this month, 16 to 18 of this month in Vancouver, during our annual conference, we will reward the best projects per category. And those are the 3 finalists that you see here under climate and energy for this year. And it's interesting, of course, to note that we don't have the usual suspects there this year. And that's, a very positive thing as well. So this year's finalist, it's DP World in Ecuador, Fiji Ports, the Port of Colombo in Sri Lanka, and I'm very happy about it. The second pillar of Wpsp, of course, it's moving towards collective initiatives, work together with the ports into addressing the hot topics and the topics on our agenda. And when it comes on climate and energy, everything is, of course, coordinated through our dedicated technical IPH committee on climate and energy. And our role there, it's twofold. Well, pretty much as ESPO's kind of focus, on the one hand, on legislation, on the one hand, on our role on that, on following the whole debate and political debate on the International Maritime Organization, and obviously on the greenhouse gas emission reduction in that respect. And the second role, really, it's more on coordinating between and contributing to the various initiatives on decarbonizing ports and shipping. And we all know that there is a plethora of those. We're talking about, the Global Maritime Forum, Getting to Zero, Green Corridors, Clean Energy Ministerial, the Global Ports Hydrogen Coalition, and many, many others. The recent ICS, ITF, Just Transition Shipping, for instance, and all those. And of course, we have our own working groups and products, such as the Environmental Ship Index, the Clean Marine Fuel Working Groups, group, and all. When it comes to the political process at IMO, and I'm very happy that I won't have to be too detailed on that, because also Victor Jimenez made my life easier by referring to the IMO process quite a bit. But I would like to briefly refer to the so-called ports resolution that was adopted back in 2019, pioneered by IPH, its adoption as well. And in fact, that's where we identified 4 areas where ports could act to facilitate shipping on its pathway to decarbonize. And of course, these 4 areas include, the provision of onshore power supply from renewable sources, the safe and efficient bunkering of low and zero carbon fuels, how to make that a reality in ports, provision of incentives to best performing vessels, and also definitely how we can enable port call optimization and just-in-time arrival on vessels. And I won't go into details, but for all those 4 areas, as IPH, we are committed and we have specific working groups, either through our own work within our IPH committees and network, either through partnerships with third parties or other port initiatives that we collaborate with to do the work. again, the slides will be available, so I'm not going to go into details into explaining all of our initiatives. There won't be any time for that. But what I do maybe very briefly want to focus and to pay, to point your attention to, and as I said, Victor Jimenez covered quite a lot of, quite a big part of it as well, is the forthcoming intersessional working group meeting on greenhouse gas emission reductions later this month in May, 16 to 20 May, and the forthcoming Marine Environment and Protection Committee in June. So indeed, we do have on the table various proposals currently for mid and long-term measures. We do have the European countries suggesting primarily the greenhouse gas fuel standard, which is more of a technical measure. We do have this time also various even more extended proposals on market-based measures being on the table. We knew about the global levy, we knew about the cap and trade scheme suggested by Norway, the cap and trade, but we do have some more also proposals by also, well, I would dare to say the more reactive countries as well at IMO, well, Argentina, Brazil, China putting a proposal together for a funding and reward mechanism, and also Japan putting a proposal together for a zero emission vessel incentive scheme. So a lot of interesting discussion are expected later this month. It's not about deciding at this stage, but it is about deciding which proposals should be taken forward for further consideration by MEPC and by the Intersessional Working Group. Very central discussion, at the center of the discussion at IMO on making progress currently, and thus Victor Jimenez said, it is the just and equitable energy transition of shipping, how we can bring everybody on board and advance together, which is central in IMO decision making. And of course, we are approaching also the whole debate about the revision of IMO initial strategy and the strengthening of its level of ambition. For a Mediterranean interest, of course, at MEPC 78, we also have a proposal to designate a Mediterranean SECA. It would go forward, that would go from 2025 onwards. So with that, I really hope I was able to give you really a very brief overview of what we do on climate and energy at IPH and Wpsp. And thank you very much for your attention. Philippe, back to you. I hope I stayed into time, and join us in Vancouver. That's my promotional message for those of you who are considering that. Thank you very, very much.
Efkaristo. Thank you very much, Antonis. See you soon somewhere in the world and in Europe. Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you, Efaristo. Now I think we are open a little session dedicated to the air quality with Mrs. Rosa Antidomi, Policy Officer of the European Commission. Rosa, you are online, I guess, I hope, somewhere. And after yes. You are here. And after we will have Frank Lowers from REMPEC, just to talk about ECASOX and many things else, something else. So Rosa, you are here. So yes. Yeah, thank you. We hear you. Thank you to be here, and the floor is yours. I let you give us some insight about the European policy on the air quality. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very kind invitation. It's a crucial event for us. Buenos dias, distinguished participants. And thank you for the excellent organizations as well. I'm really, it's really a pity I cannot be there in beautiful Algeciras in Spain, but next time, promise, I'll come. It's a great pleasure to share with you our vision of a Mediterranean region, Algeciras at the heart of it, free from all sorts of, all forms of pollution, including air pollution. Around Mare Nostrum, we share culture, natural resources, trade, but regrettably also pollution, as I said, affecting a very densely populated region and a very fragile environment. In preparation of UNFCCC COP27 in Cairo and in view of COP15 on biodiversity convention, the port community needs indeed to send a clear signal, and you're doing that today, to the world. We are ready and we aim very high in terms of marine environment protection, biodiversity, and fight against pollution, at sea, below and above the sea level. In this context, I will focus on two main aspects on which port community has already shown an important role from previous speakers to play. The European Green Deal and its zero pollution ambition, and as far as the regional and international cooperation is concerned, a word on a flagship example of action, environmental action to reduce air pollution, the MED's emission control area for sulfur oxides. Now, the Green Deal, we all know, has launched a new sustainable growth strategy for the EU. We have to deliver on its green commitment. It enshrines environmental ambitions and supports the transition of the EU to a fair, inclusive and prosperous society. We heard many words about introductions this morning from the mayor of Algeciras, for example. This responds to the challenge I mentioned, at the same time has to improve the quality of life of current and future generations. Indeed, if the EU has to become in 2050 the world's first climate neutral and depolluted continent, and with the future of the circular economy, we do need a holistic approach to environmental issues. We need to explore at the maximum links and synergies between health, food, energy security, and climate change. Conserving Europe's natural environment is a crucial part of the deal and makes economic sense. We only see a future where EU economic growth is decoupled from resources use, and that all externalities are factored in, including environmental, social, of course, economic costs when we do our legislation. This is also true for to support a sustainable blue economy, which requires indeed to preserve natural resources and ensure they are used in a sustainable way. A word on the Zero Pollution Action Plan that for the Department of the Environment of the Commission, it's a key pillar. It was adopted last year in May to deliver on the commitments in a more practical way, 22 actions to achieve a toxic-free environment. There are clear reduction targets set for the various types of pollution. And of course, consideration is given to oceans and seas. There is not only air pollution, of course, there is water pollution and aspects like, for example, marine litter, plastic and underwater noise, with clear thresholds on which the Commission is working under this plan. The EU legislation has delivered important outcomes so far, but we need to do more to preserve our environment. And since the adoption of the Green Deal, there are really quite an impressive number of legislative developments. We heard until now about climate change, very important, of course, but there are also other initiatives in the environmental field. One of them, since we touch upon air pollution, indeed, it's the ongoing revision of the Ambient Air Quality Directive. Let's not forget that the WHO has tightened the concentration, the health concentration levels associated to air pollutants, and the Ambient Air Quality Directive is being revised to align to those guidelines. This means that exceedances that today are all around Europe, with sadly very many member states in court because of this infringement of this legislation, including in ports. So the problem will become even more acute with the new requirements that will be adopted in 2023. Now, let me go very quickly on the regional cooperation, since now I'm glad to touch upon the MED SOx emission control area. The EU cannot work in isolation, and regional cooperation is absolutely key to success. We have worked with the Mediterranean countries in the Barcelona Convention framework. It's a key framework for Mare Nostrum, and where all the EU and non-EU coastal states are making efforts and cooperating to address all aspects of sustainable development. Of course, the convention contributes to many policies as well. A highlight is the Conference of Parties, the 22nd session that took place of the Barcelona Convention, that took place in Antalya last December, where we have agreed collectively on several decisions going from the Mediterranean strategy, the strategy budget, several action plans, but one of the key ones was indeed the one linked to the creation of the emission control area in the Mediterranean Sea. And it's a problem of public health, and the initiative will protect the health of millions of Mediterranean citizens and the marine environment from ship pollution. You know, the region is densely populated. In 2050, we will reach, the region will reach 470 million people, very important for international shipping and commercial navigation, and with a traffic that represents 7% of global shipping. Now, going from the regional framework that has really worked very much to achieve these important results, through studies of a very comprehensive set of studies, indeed looking to the environmental aspects, the economic aspects, the socio-economic aspect, fuel availability. It's really a fully studied proposal, rightly so. And now we are ready for the IMO phase, and at MEPC 78, Michalis has just said it, the IMO will consider the Mediterranean designation proposal, and with a view to approve it actually at the following session. And we do hope that really we can keep the ambition of the Mediterranean countries and fix a date of entry into force and the year of entry into force in 2025. What to say? The experience with Leakage has been very successful in Europe. With the Baltic and North Sea, that they also are now full Leakage with NOx included since 2021. As I said, the Mediterranean proposal, which covers, of course, the Mediterranean as a whole, has been fully studied. Among health benefits, we are going to reach 1,000 avoided premature death and 2,000 childhood asthma avoidance. And the benefits to many per year, and benefits to many sensitive ecosystems. Of course, there will be costs to industry. Nevertheless, governments have decided to address firmly public health, and the ratio between cost and benefits, it's 3-7 times higher according to conservative modeling scenarios. So I said it's an important and successful international cooperation that took place. There are, of course, we need to support it, and we count on Mediterranean ports in this endeavor. We need consistent legal frameworks, enforcement, capacity building, infrastructure, and also we need to link with climate change. We heard this morning about OPS and port electrification. Here, a good example where an holistic approach is taken, greenhouse gases and air pollutants will be addressed together in ports under the Fit for 55 package of legislation. All actors in the Mediterranean have to help. We count on the IMO, on the UN as well. We have also regional fora like the Union for Mediterranean and the West Med. The EU counts on to extend ECAS well beyond the Mediterranean Sea. This is part of our smart and sustainable mobility strategy, and it's coming. But of course, the level playing field to economic cooperator and competitiveness are never out of our radar screen. That's why an extension of ECAS would have also would make also economic sense. So we count on the strong support of everybody. Indeed, it's also an Algeciras success, this ECA, and let's hope for the best at the IMO next June at the MEPC 78. Thank you.
Grazie mille. Merci, thank you. Thank you very much, Rosa. Without transition, I let the floor to Mr. Frank Lowers from REMPEC at the heart of the implementation of ECASOX Med.
Thank you, Mr. Guillaume. distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and pleasure for me to be here today with you to present. So hopefully my presentation will... Okay, so to present the Mediterranean strategy for the prevention, preparedness, and response to marine pollution from ships 2022 to 2031. I will touch upon, of course, during my presentation on the MEDports. Also, many thanks to the city and the people of Algeciras for their hospitality and, of course, the invitation from the MEDports Association and the ports of Algeciras. Much appreciated. So that said, allow me to briefly present the Regional Marine Pollution Emergency Response Center for the Mediterranean Sea, RAMPEC, which was established in 1976 in Malta within the framework of the Mediterranean Action Plan, Barcelona Convention systems, the first regional seas program set up by the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP. Since its establishment, RAMPEC has been administered by the International Maritime Organization that regulates the shipping sector to ensure the safety and security of shipping and the prevention of marine and atmospheric pollution by ships. RAMPEC coordinates UNEP maps and IMO's efforts to support Mediterranean coastal states in meeting regional and global targets. So by adopting the Mediterranean strategy for the prevention, preparedness, and response to marine pollution from ships 2022-2031 last December, the contracting parties to the Barcelona Convention committed to take individual and collective measures to effectively address a range of environmental challenges, including pollution, climate change, air emissions, plastic and marine litter, non-indigenous species, protected areas, and emerging issues such as underwater noise. The strategy is not only a response to these environmental challenges, but also a driver of green maritime transport that undergirds a wider sustainable blue economy in the Mediterranean. This is part of a broader endeavor undertaken by UNEP MAP and the contracting parties to the Barcelona Convention to address the triple crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss in the Mediterranean, while accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. To illustrate the power of the cooperation offered by the Barcelona Convention, allow me to recall the historical adoption by the 22nd ordinary meeting of the contracting parties to the Barcelona Convention and its protocols that was held last December in Antalya, Turkey, of the decision on the designation of the Mediterranean Sea as a whole as an emission control area for sulfur oxides, the so-called MEDports, pursuant to annexes to the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, MARPOL, the implementation of which is embedded in the strategy. Should the proposal be considered favorably in June this year by the IMO's Marine Environment Protection Committee at its 78th session, the MEDports would come with a raft of benefits. Mrs. Rosa Antidormi from the Commission, or European Commission, already mentioned some of them, but what would that mean? It would mean actually a significant reduction in shipping's negative effects on human health through lowering of emission of sulfur oxides and fine particulate matter, avoiding 1,000 premature deaths due to lung cancers, cardiovascular illnesses, and strokes, as well as more than 2,000 cases of childhood asthma. It would also contribute to reduced acidification and reduced harm to crops, forest, and aquatic species that will be cherished for generations to come. A comprehensive action plan translating the strategy into 190 specific actions will be implemented in the course of the next 10 years with the collaborative, coordinated, and collective support from relevant regional stakeholders in the Mediterranean, such as the MEDports Association, but also many others. This will coincide with a swifter global momentum marked by the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. To conclude, I invite governments, regional and international organizations, non-governmental organizations, research institutions, and the industry to join the collaborative platform offered by the strategy to leverage the financial resources and technical support required for the full implementation of the strategy. Together, we can build sustainable partnerships and channel international cooperation and maximize synergies in the region. So thank you very much for your attention, and we hope to see you, or some of you, in Malta in November for the first strategy coordination meeting. Thank you very much.
Merci, Frank. Thank you very much, Frank. Now we have to change our agenda. We were supposed to hear Mr. Daniel de Miguel, but we have an emergency, and so we are pleased to welcome the Captain Ali Assam Ibrahim, General Manager of the Port Said East Port, very, very involved in Egypt in terms of green transition. Captain Ali, and hopefully it will be the next one of the next members of the Medport Association, Captain Ali. Captain Ali, the connection is done. We can't hear you. I turn myself to the technical. You can try it now. Captain Ali. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. It's your micro, Captain Ali. It's your mic. Switch on your mic. It's okay? Try. Could you? No, it doesn't work. Yeah, sorry, Captain Ali, it doesn't work. We try to find the connection with the technicals, and we come back to you. So I'm pleased to welcome on the stage Mr. Daniel de Miguel from SEPSCA and Shipping and Bucker Operation Manager. Thank you, Miguel. Daniel.
Hope presentation will come. Buenos días, good morning, everyone. Thank you, President. Thank you, gracias, Gerardo, y gracias al resto de autoridades por la invitación. Espero que estén pasando unas jornadas estupendas en Algeciras. My name is Daniel de Miguel. I'm presently working for CEPSA's Shipping and Bunker Operation Manager. Probably, as you have seen in the visit to the port, Algeciras port and Algeciras city is in our heart because of obvious reasons. We are present here and we have a large history and relation with the area. I would like to, I know it's almost coffee time, so let's go straight to the point. me see. I don't know if it's working. Okay. Okay, some topics, very important topics, I understand, in order to discuss about future legislation, about future situation for the shipping industry. We cannot forget that the energy consumed by shipping industry is the major and biggest cost for the industry, so extremely relevant for the industry. We need to find a way to provide new energy at a competitive price, and this is the situation we are facing at the moment. Largest vessels, largest hubs, largest situation. Everything is in a unified situation. The concentration of global bunker in certain hubs is also really relevant in order to take decisions for the future. This is what the industry is looking for. This is directly coming from customers and directly coming from main shipping owners. So price, quality, location, and port cost and congestions are key to provide our industry with a good solution for the future. So we cannot lose competitiveness. We need to be competitive today and also in the future concerning the new regulations for CO2 emissions. Our strategy for the next couple of years, very recently we have informed the press and all of you about our strategy, our investment strategy, very aggressive investment strategy for the next years. Investment basically located in Andalusia as the main hub and the main door for us to enter into the Mediterranean energy supply for our customers. Very important, there is no single solution, there is no new magic fuels, new magic energy. Each and every customer is different. We cannot compare big container customer with a small ro-ro or ferry customer, and we need to work with all the customers on the way of decarbonization. In parallel, combining traditional fuels, hydrocarbon or new hydrocarbon fuels with the development of new fuels. Again, just to mention some information about our strategy with clear growth on new fuels, starting from biofuels, hydrogen, and of course, LNG. LNG is more than proof technology and will for sure lead the coming years through traditional LNG and biogas or synthetic gas. As mentioned, decarbonization is not only a situation generated by energy suppliers, is something which is going to be achieved thanks to the coordination between the legal and the political part, ports, energy suppliers, and of course the shipping industry in general. So it's going to be the combination of many different things in order to go on same direction. Seems to be difficult, right? But yes, we can do it. We are coming from very difficult situation, an extremely disruptive situation. IMO 2020 was something unbelievable when IMO started to discuss about the new legislation. Nobody expected new fuel with a competitive price, with high quality, but yes, it was possible, and 2 years after the adoption of IMO 2020, the change in energy percentage is absolutely clear, with a decrease in sulfur contamination very important. And also, the future is going to go on same direction with step-by-step change in the fuels, step-by-step change in the energy, with the appearance of new fuels, of new products. Some clouds, some doubts already mentioned by the previous speakers. Let me focus on the situation between IMO and the European Union. We need to go on the same boat or similar boat. We cannot be on separate ways, otherwise European ports will lose competitiveness and will lose a big portion of the market share we are achieving today. So again, we need that. We understand Europe must be on the first stage of the chain, but the rest of the world must be on the same boat. Okay, and that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you. We are close to the end of this first session. We will try to have a good connection with Port Said. Captain Ali, you are back.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Philippus.
Perfect. So you are our special guest to conclude this last session. I'm pleased to see you and to hear you, Captain Ali. I know your involvement in the green transition for maritime transport, and I'm sure you will announce us that you will join the Medport Association for soon. So please, Captain Ali, you have a 6-8 minutes, no more. And like this, we could close the first session. Thank you, Captain Ali. We are listening to you.
Dr. Philippe, thank you very much for this introduction. Thanks for also the floor. It's my honor to represent East Port Said Port from the Egyptian ports, and also joining the Mediterranean forum. I think it's going to be a very pleasure for us and honors. Please allow me to share my presentation. Or you can share it by your own.
It's arriving, I think. I hope.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity. And we will talk about our green practices in the sustainable port and operation for East Port Said Port. We have baby steps, while we are also making all your ports as one of our objectives. We are monitoring what we are doing in the European Seaport Organization and also in the Mediterranean. And we have a close partnership with Valencia, with Thessaloniki, and with different ports in the Mediterranean. So we are trying to make a benchmark the green ports in the European ports. The next step. Next slide, please. Well, our agenda, who we are, where we are now in terms of sustainability and going green, and also where we want to be. Next, please. Well, we are part of a giant mega project, which is the Suez Canal Economic Zone. We are considering one of the mega projects of the Egyptian government now. We are one of the 6 ports, but we are very special at the north part. We are sharing probably maybe 46 of the volumes of the containers are being handled in the Egyptian ports. So we are considered one of the new ports, and also we are really announcing since 2017 that we are going to be the first green port in the Egyptian ports. We are a part, as I told you, of a great area which consists of 140 million square meters. We are an integrated zone. We are not just only a port. We have three logistic zones, and also there is an industrial zone. We are all interconnected without any separation with one entity. We are targeting to be a great business objective for everyone who want to invest, especially from Egypt or from outside. Next, please. Well, as you can see, we are really stepping forward to be one of the most sustainable projects in the globe. We are part of the Suez Canal, and you know that 80% of the maritime transport, we have a portion of 12% of this world shipping traffic passing through East Port Port and also passing through the Suez Canal. We have a figure of 20,000 plus in 2021 of ships passing through, carrying 1.2 billion of tons of cargo. Last year, we were celebrating the 152nd anniversary of the Suez Canal, counting 1.4 million ships transiting from this waterway since 1869. Port Said is in its unique geographical position in the Suez Canal, at the important international navigation canal linking the east and the west. You can see that how much the traffic at the right-hand side is also emission of the carbon dioxide. And on the other hand, we can consider ourselves that even we are sustainable, but we are sacrificing to bring all these emissions to this area, rather than consuming more fuel to go from the south or from any other directions to reach between the east and the west. Well, next please. The expansion of the project of East Port Said starts in 2015 in November. We were targeting the port efficiency, which is part of the Going Green strategy. In 75 days, we have exploited that. We were having 75% of the global dredgers. We were working in the new Suez Canal. So at that time, we have finished the approach channel before February 2016. Every vessel calling East Port Said Port, they have to wait for the convoy of the canal. So now they can go directly. So this is reduced the idle time for calling East Port Said Port from 13 hours to be 3 hours. So this is how we are making all the efficiency getting better. In addition to the connections between all the roads, which is now we are widening the roads with maybe 7,000 kilometers of new roads connecting all the Egyptian territories, and it's mostly also connecting the mega project of Suez Canal Economic Zone. This is only a photo describing how we really struggling in terms of connectivity between west and east the canal, and these are the only way to travel between West Port Said and East Port Said. We were probably taking to go to our work between 2 to 3 hours with these ferries. If you will go to the steps we have been taking in terms of efficiency and also the connectivity and improving the connectivity between east and west the canal, now we can have 17 connectivity alternative with a business continuity and a sustainable ambition plan for the Egyptian government. Now we have 3 tunnels underneath the Suez Canal, 5 floating bridge, and also the 7 ferries with also preparation to the opening of the Salam Bridge connecting East Port Said and also west of the canal, in addition to the railway bridge, which is now under trial. Next, please.
We are
in 2017, as I told you, we have announced we are going green, and we have a strategy of green port measures, but we have prioritized our ambition and our plan and measures. To start with the port staff training, that's why probably one of the major points to join the Mediterranean Association to get through all these new experiences we will gain for our staff. What also we have finished during the last 5-6 years, the new quay walls which is constructed It's all prepared for the shore power connection, and also we can handle the onboard sewage for all the vessels and measure the ballast water for all the vessels going East Port Said. Also, the air quality monitoring system, we have decided to go with the solar power air quality monitoring system so that we can reduce also the carbon fingerprint for East Port Said. Also, the Egyptian government have announced that the Suez Canal Economic Zone is going to host a green economy ambition to produce the green hydrogen. That's going to be in 2024. And this is for the government vision. However, for our vision of East Port Said Port, we have decided that we will exploit that this production of the green hydrogen is going to make this location very strategic, and we can also, as we have issued the first 2 licenses for bunkering services at Suez Canal at Port Said, in probably 10 to 15 years' time, we can be ready to bunker the new vessels, which is going to use the zero emission energy, which is the green hydrogen. Also, we have announced last month a bundle of incentives for trucks using green energy, and also we are monitoring what the IMO have also issued during the last few weeks with regarding the targeting energy efficiency design index, and this is going to be monitored so that we can have the ratio between the environmental cost divided by the benefit of our society. Next, please.
Please, Captain Ali.
Also
Captain Ali, could you please conclude?
Please. Yes, the conclusion is we are targeting to go with the green hydrogen production to use it in our own types of equipments used in the port, and we will manage to do that in a few years' time. In addition to that, a good information, a good gift from the Egyptian government to the world in terms of the supply chain crisis. We will finish our new project of expansion of the Suez Canal channel probably in 1 year time, which is going to improve the ship navigation with 28% and with an investment of $191 million. Thank you very much for this opportunity and wish to see you.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Shukran, for this very interesting intervention about the Egyptian perspective. Now we are close to end this session, so I would like to thank you, all the speakers. Maybe we have the time for one question, one burning question. If there is one question for one speaker in the room, no question. Everybody wants to take a coffee, I'm sure. For this session, just let me have 2 sentences to conclude this session. We could see that the green transition is under process. It exists many initiatives, many incentives coming from institutions, but as well coming from players, actors of the maritime transport, like port authorities. And all this initiative, incentive, wants to achieve our common objective, a more sustainable maritime transport. So this session as well shows that we need the cooperation of all the stakeholders to achieve this goal. So in the next session, we will present success stories coming from the maritime transport actors. And I would like to thank you for your attendance. Thank you again for the speakers. You can applaud our speakers. Thank you. Thank you. And to keep in a normal Mediterranean late, please come back in 15 minutes after the coffee, please. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Bye.
The world is moving, ever-changing, changing to the rhythm of progress, changing to the new needs of producers and consumers on a global scale. The pace of these changes is set by transoceanic trade, by its seas, and by its ports. One of these ports stands on a small stretch of water where all the great maritime trade sea lanes meet. It is the Strait of Gibraltar, and its port, the Bay of Algeciras. Today, the port of Algeciras Bay is the main logistics sea bridge between Africa and Europe, both for passengers and rolling cargo. It is the #1 port for container throughout in the Mediterranean, both because of sheer volume of activity and also due to the development of new technologies implemented there. Along with containers, liquid bulks have become one of the staple activities at the port of Algeciras Bay. Traffic from bunkering has opened a side door to a wider range of highly specialized ship services. Ship supplies, ship repairs afloat or at dock, and waste treatment are all available to any of the ships that sail through the strait. The services on offer to ships are backed up by unstoppable port traffic and cargo handling activities. The port of Algeciras has built up a strong position as a reefer port that can generate added value along with cold logistics chain. Along with this, customs processing and quality control have both reached operational levels of excellence. Passenger and rolling cargo traffic between Africa and Europe are strategic business areas. Millions of passengers and tons of cargo arrive and pass through the maritime terminals at Algeciras and Tarifa every year, making the port of Algeciras Bay the intercontinental sea bridge between Europe and Africa. The port of Algeciras Bay has been working on one of its great strategic goals: to spearhead container traffic and consolidate its position as Europe's southern gateway for trade with Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Its strategic location, with zero diversion from the great transoceanic shipping lanes, its sweeping, direct connectivity with more than 200 ports, and unbeatable transit times are the most convincing arguments. Together with all this, land connectivity is increasing rapidly, as is the development of the Bay of Algeciras logistics area. The future of a port depends on technical modernization and innovation. Both of these concepts make up the DNA of the port of Algeciras Bay. The roadmap was drawn out by the Ports Authority's Technological Modernization and Innovation Program to implement new support technology in each and every process, whether at sea or on land. The port of Algeciras Bay is striving to adapt its business activities to the most demanding standards of respect for the environment and holds several international environmental management certificates. The port of Algeciras Bay looks to the future, with its sights set on a tremendous potential to keep growing and attracting new traffic. The port will always continue to drive the development and refinement of its facilities. An example at hand is the development of the Isla Verde exterior, one of the port's decisive bids to build a modern, competitive quay for the 21st century. These developments will soon be backed up by a new southern access road and gate to the port that will completely change the face of this area and lend additional dynamism to cargo transit. Transoceanic world trade has laid its cards on the table for the future. A new generation of ever bigger ships, less port calls. This scenario is already making a natural selection of the few ports that, because of their location, capacity, efficiency, and reliability, are set to keep their category as first-class strategic hubs. and the port of Algeciras Bay is called to be one of them.
Le monde bouge, change, au rythme du progrès. De nouveaux besoins de production et de consommation à échelle mondiale. Et le commerce transocéanique marque le rythme de ce changement, à travers la mer et ses ports. Un de ces ports occupe une petite bande de mer où confluent les grandes routes du transport maritime. C'est le détroit de Gibraltar et le port, celui de la baie d'Algeciras. Le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras est aujourd'hui le pont principal de connexion logistique entre l'Afrique et l'Europe, autant pour les passagers que pour les véhicules. Et c'est un port leader en trafic total de conteneurs dans la Méditerranée, tant pour son volume d'activité que pour le développement de nouvelles technologies. Avec les conteneurs, les vracs liquides se sont aussi consolidés comme une des principales activités du port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras. Des trafics comme le bunkering ont ouvert la porte à un large éventail d'offres de services aux navires hautement spécialisés. Des réparations aux chantiers navals et à flot, des approvisionnements ou des traitements de déchets sont accessibles à n'importe quel navire qui transite par le détroit. L'offre de services aux navires est complémentée par une activité incessante liée au trafic portuaire et à la manutention des marchandises. Le port d'Algeciras se consolide comme un port reefer, générateur de valeur ajoutée dans la chaîne logistique du froid. De la même manière, la gestion douanière et les contrôles de qualité ont atteint un excellent niveau d'opérativité. Le trafic de passagers et rouliers entre l'Afrique et l'Europe sont également une zone d'activité stratégique. Chaque année, des millions de passagers et des tonnes de marchandises passent à travers les terminaux maritimes d'Algeciras et de Tarifa, convertissant ainsi le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras en un pont maritime intercontinental entre l'Europe et l'Afrique. Le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras est en train de travailler sur un de ses grands objectifs stratégiques, être à la tête du trafic de conteneurs tout en se consolidant comme la porte sud de l'Europe pour les trafics commerciaux de l'Afrique, de l'Asie et des Amériques. Son emplacement stratégique, sans aucune déviation des grandes routes transocéaniques, sa grande interconnexion avec plus de 200 ports et des temps de transit imbattables sont ses meilleurs arguments. Outre ceci, une connexion terrestre croissante et le développement de la zone logistique Bahía de Algeciras. L'avenir d'un port passe par la modernisation technique et l'innovation. Ces deux concepts font partie de l'ADN du port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras. La feuille de route est marquée par le programme de modernisation technologique et d'innovation de l'autorité portuaire, qui est en train d'incorporer de nouvelles technologies de soutien à tous les processus, autant du côté mer qu'avec les activités terrestres. Le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras continue à adapter ses activités aux standards les plus exigeants en matière de protection environnementale, ayant plusieurs certifications internationales de gestion environnementale. Le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras regarde vers l'avenir avec les yeux fixés sur son potentiel pour continuer à croître et en captant de nouveaux trafics. Pour ceci, il continue à stimuler le développement et l'optimisation de ses installations. Parmi elles, le développement d'Isla Verde Exterior est l'un des enjeux les plus importants du port, la construction d'une darse moderne et compétitive pour le XXIe siècle. Ces développements sont complétés avec le nouvel accès sud au port, qui transformera la physionomie de cette zone portuaire et apportera une souplesse additionnelle au trafic de marchandises. Le commerce mondial transocéanique montre ses cartes pour l'avenir. Une nouvelle génération de navires plus grands, moins d'escales. Actuellement, ce scénario est déjà en train de sélectionner un nombre de ports qui, du fait de leur localisation, capacité, efficacité et fiabilité, conserveront la catégorie de nœuds stratégiques de premier rang. Le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras est appelé à être un de ces ports.
El mundo se mueve, cambia, al ritmo del progreso, de las nuevas necesidades de producción y consumo a escala global, y el comercio transoceánico marca el ritmo de ese cambio, a través del mar y de sus puertos. Uno de esos puertos ocupa una pequeña franja de mar donde confluyen las grandes rutas del transporte marítimo. Es el estrecho de Gibraltar y el puerto, el de la bahía de Algeciras. El puerto bahía de Algeciras es hoy el principal puente de conexión logística entre África y Europa, tanto para pasajeros como para carga rodada, y es un puerto líder en tráfico total de contenedores en el Mediterráneo, tanto por su volumen de actividad como por el desarrollo de nuevas tecnologías. Junto al contenedor, los graneles líquidos se han consolidado también como una de las principales actividades del puerto bahía de Algeciras. Tráficos como el bunkering han abierto la puerta a una amplia oferta de otros servicios al buque de alta especialización. Reparaciones en astillero y a flote, suministros o tratamiento de residuos están al alcance de cualquier buque que transite por el estrecho. La oferta de servicios al buque se complementa con una incesante actividad ligada al tráfico portuario y a la manipulación de mercancías. El puerto de Algeciras se consolida como un puerto reefer generador de valor añadido en la cadena logística de frío. Asimismo, la gestión aduanera y los controles de calidad han alcanzado un excelente nivel de operatividad. El tránsito de pasajeros y carga rodada entre África y Europa es igualmente un área de actividad estratégica. Millones de pasajeros y de toneladas de mercancías pasan cada año a través de las terminales marítimas de Algeciras y Tarifa, convirtiendo así al puerto bahía de Algeciras en un puente marítimo intercontinental entre Europa y África. El puerto bahía de Algeciras viene trabajando en uno de sus grandes objetivos estratégicos: liderar el tránsito de contenedores, consolidándose como puerta sur de Europa para los tráficos comerciales de África, Asia y las Américas. Su ubicación estratégica, con desviación cero de las grandes rutas transoceánicas, su amplia conectividad directa con más de 200 puertos y unos tiempos de tránsito imbatibles son sus mejores argumentos. Junto a ellos, una creciente conectividad terrestre y el desarrollo del área logística bahía de Algeciras. El futuro de un puerto pasa por la modernización técnica y la innovación. Ambos conceptos forman parte del ADN del puerto bahía de Algeciras. La hoja de ruta la marca el Programa de Modernización Tecnológica e Innovación de la Autoridad Portuaria, que está incorporando nuevas tecnologías de apoyo a todos los procesos, tanto en el lado mar como en las actividades en tierra. El puerto bahía de Algeciras continúa adaptando sus actividades a los estándares más exigentes en materia de cuidado del medio ambiente, contando con diversas certificaciones internacionales de gestión medioambiental. El puerto bahía de Algeciras mira al futuro con la vista puesta en su potencial para seguir creciendo y captando nuevos tráficos. Para ello, continúa impulsando el desarrollo y optimización de sus instalaciones. Entre ellas, el desarrollo de Isla Verde Exterior es una de las apuestas más decididas del puerto por construir una dársena moderna y competitiva para el siglo XXI. Estos desarrollos se complementan con el nuevo acceso sur al puerto, que transformará la fisonomía de esta área portuaria y aportará agilidad adicional al tránsito de mercancías. El comercio mundial transoceánico muestra sus cartas para el futuro. Una nueva generación de buques más grandes, menos escalas. Este escenario está ya actualmente seleccionando un número de puertos que por su ubicación, capacidad, eficiencia y fiabilidad conservarán la categoría de nodos estratégicos de primer orden. El puerto bahía de Algeciras está llamado a ser uno de esos puertos.
The world is moving, ever-changing, changing to the rhythm of progress, changing to the new needs of producers and consumers on a global scale. The pace of these changes is set by transoceanic trade, by its seas, and by its ports. One of these ports stands on a small stretch of water where all the great maritime trade sea lanes meet. It is the Strait of Gibraltar, and its port, the Bay of Algeciras. Today, the port of Algeciras Bay is the main logistics sea bridge between Africa and Europe, both for passengers and rolling cargo. It is the #1 port for container throughout in the Mediterranean, both because of sheer volume of activity and also due to the development of new technologies implemented there. Along with containers, liquid bulks have become one of the staple activities at the port of Algeciras Bay. Traffic from bunkering has opened a side door to a wider range of highly specialized ship services. Ship supplies, ship repairs afloat or at dock, and waste treatment are all available to any of the ships that sail through the strait. The services on offer to ships are backed up by unstoppable port traffic and cargo handling activities. The port of Algeciras has built up a strong position as a reefer port that can generate added value along with cold logistics chain. Along with this, customs processing and quality control have both reached operational levels of excellence. Passenger and rolling cargo traffic between Africa and Europe are strategic business areas. Millions of passengers and tons of cargo arrive and pass through the maritime terminals at Algeciras and Tarifa every year, making the port of Algeciras Bay the intercontinental sea bridge between Europe and Africa. The port of Algeciras Bay has been working on one of its great strategic goals: to spearhead container traffic and consolidate its position as Europe's southern gateway for trade with Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Its strategic location, with zero diversion from the great transoceanic shipping lanes, its sweeping, direct connectivity with more than 200 ports, and unbeatable transit times are the most convincing arguments. Together with all this, land connectivity is increasing rapidly, as is the development of the Bay of Algeciras logistics area. The future of a port depends on technical modernization and innovation. Both of these concepts make up the DNA of the port of Algeciras Bay. The roadmap was drawn out by the Ports Authority's Technological Modernization and Innovation Program to implement new support technology in each and every process, whether at sea or on land. The port of Algeciras Bay is striving to adapt its business activities to the most demanding standards of respect for the environment and holds several international environmental management certificates. The port of Algeciras Bay looks to the future. with its sights set on a tremendous potential to keep growing and attracting new traffic. The port will always continue to drive the development and refinement of its facilities. An example at hand is the development of the Isla Verde exterior, one of the port's decisive bids to build a modern, competitive quay for the 21st century. These developments will soon be backed up by a new southern access road and gate to the port that will completely change the face of this area and lend additional dynamism to cargo transit. Transoceanic world trade has laid its cards on the table for the future. A new generation of ever bigger ships, less port calls. This scenario is already making a natural selection of the few ports that, because of their location, capacity, efficiency, and reliability, are set to keep their category as first-class strategic hubs. And the port of Algeciras Bay is called to be one of them.
Le monde bouge, change, au rythme du progrès. De nouveaux besoins de production et de consommation à échelle mondiale. Et le commerce transocéanique marque le rythme de ce changement, à travers la mer et ses ports. Un de ces ports occupe une petite bande de mer où confluent les grandes routes du transport maritime. C'est le détroit de Gibraltar et le port, celui de la baie d'Algeciras. Le port Puerto Bahía d'Algeciras est aujourd'hui le pont principal de connexion logistique entre l'Afrique et l'Europe, autant pour les passagers que pour les véhicules. Et c'est un port leader en trafic total de conteneurs dans la Méditerranée, tant pour son volume d'activité que pour le développement de nouvelles technologies. Avec les conteneurs, les vracs liquides se sont aussi consolidés comme une des principales activités du port Puerto Bahía d'Algeciras. Des trafics comme le bunkering ont ouvert la porte à un large éventail d'offres de services aux navires hautement spécialisés. Des réparations aux chantiers navals et à flot, des approvisionnements ou des traitements de déchets sont accessibles à n'importe quel navire qui transite par le détroit. L'offre de services aux navires est complémentée par une activité incessante liée au trafic portuaire et à la manutention des marchandises. Le port d'Algeciras se consolide comme un port reefer, générateur de valeur ajoutée dans la chaîne logistique du froid. De la même manière, la gestion douanière et les contrôles de qualité ont atteint un excellent niveau d'opérativité. Le trafic de passagers et rouliers entre l'Afrique et l'Europe sont également une zone d'activité stratégique. Chaque année, des millions de passagers et des tonnes de marchandises passent à travers les terminaux maritimes d'Algeciras et de Tarifa, convertissant ainsi le port Puerto Bahía d'Algeciras en un pont maritime intercontinental entre l'Europe et l'Afrique. Le port Puerto Bahía d'Algeciras est en train de travailler sur un de ses grands objectifs stratégiques, être à la tête du trafic de conteneurs tout en se consolidant comme la porte sud de l'Europe pour les trafics commerciaux de l'Afrique, de l'Asie et des Amériques. Son emplacement stratégique, sans aucune déviation des grandes routes transocéaniques, sa grande interconnexion avec plus de 200 ports et des temps de transit imbattables sont ses meilleurs arguments. Outre ceci, une connexion terrestre croissante et le développement de la zone logistique Bahía d'Algeciras. L'avenir d'un port passe par la modernisation technique et l'innovation. Ces deux concepts font partie de l'ADN du port Puerto Bahía d'Algeciras. La feuille de route est marquée par le programme de modernisation technologique et d'innovation de l'autorité portuaire, qui est en train d'incorporer de nouvelles technologies de soutien à tous les processus, autant du côté mer qu'avec les activités terrestres. Le port Puerto Bahía d'Algeciras continue à adapter ses activités aux standards les plus exigeants en matière de protection environnementale, ayant plusieurs certifications internationales de gestion environnementale. Le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras regarde vers l'avenir avec les yeux fixés sur son potentiel pour continuer à croître et en captant de nouveaux trafics. Pour ceci, il continue à stimuler le développement et l'optimisation de ses installations. Parmi elles, le développement d'Isla Verde Exterior est l'un des enjeux les plus importants du port, la construction d'une darse moderne et compétitive pour le XXIe siècle. Ces développements sont complétés avec le nouvel accès sud au port, qui transformera la physionomie de cette zone portuaire et apportera une souplesse additionnelle au trafic de marchandises. Le commerce mondial transocéanique montre ses cartes pour l'avenir. Une nouvelle génération de navires plus grands, moins d'escales. Actuellement, ce scénario est déjà en train de sélectionner un nombre de ports qui, du fait de leur localisation, capacité, efficacité et fiabilité, conserveront la catégorie de nœud stratégique de premier rang. Le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras est appelé à être un de ces ports.
El mundo se mueve, cambia, al ritmo del progreso, de las nuevas necesidades de producción y consumo a escala global, y el comercio transoceánico marca el ritmo de ese cambio, a través del mar y de sus puertos. Uno de esos puertos ocupa una pequeña franja de mar donde confluyen las grandes rutas del transporte marítimo. Es el estrecho de Gibraltar y el puerto, el de la bahía de Algeciras. El puerto bahía de Algeciras es hoy el principal puente de conexión logística entre África y Europa, tanto para pasajeros como para carga rodada, y es un puerto líder en tráfico total de contenedores en el Mediterráneo, tanto por su volumen de actividad como por el desarrollo de nuevas tecnologías. Junto al contenedor, los graneles líquidos se han consolidado también como una de las principales actividades del puerto bahía de Algeciras. Tráficos como el bunkering han abierto la puerta a una amplia oferta de otros servicios al buque de alta especialización. Reparaciones en astillero y a flote, suministros o tratamiento de residuos están al alcance de cualquier buque que transite por el estrecho. La oferta de servicios al buque se complementa con una incesante actividad ligada al tráfico portuario y a la manipulación de mercancías. El puerto de Algeciras se consolida como un puerto reefer generador de valor añadido en la cadena logística de frío. Asimismo, la gestión aduanera y los controles de calidad han alcanzado un excelente nivel de operatividad. El tránsito de pasajeros y carga rodada entre África y Europa es igualmente un área de actividad estratégica. Millones de pasajeros y de toneladas de mercancías pasan cada año a través de las terminales marítimas de Algeciras y Tarifa, convirtiendo así al puerto bahía de Algeciras en un puente marítimo intercontinental entre Europa y África. El puerto bahía de Algeciras viene trabajando en uno de sus grandes objetivos estratégicos: liderar el tránsito de contenedores, consolidándose como puerta sur de Europa para los tráficos comerciales de África, Asia y las Américas. Su ubicación estratégica, con desviación cero de las grandes rutas transoceánicas, su amplia conectividad directa con más de 200 puertos y unos tiempos de tránsito imbatibles son sus mejores argumentos. Junto a ellos, una creciente conectividad terrestre y el desarrollo del área logística bahía de Algeciras. El futuro de un puerto pasa por la modernización técnica y la innovación. Ambos conceptos forman parte del ADN del puerto bahía de Algeciras. La hoja de ruta la marca el Programa de Modernización Tecnológica e Innovación de la Autoridad Portuaria, que está incorporando nuevas tecnologías de apoyo a todos los procesos, tanto en el lado mar como en las actividades en tierra. El puerto bahía de Algeciras continúa adaptando sus actividades a los estándares más exigentes en materia de cuidado del medio ambiente, contando con diversas certificaciones internacionales de gestión medioambiental. El puerto bahía de Algeciras mira al futuro con la vista puesta en su potencial para seguir creciendo y captando nuevos tráficos. Para ello, continúa impulsando el desarrollo y optimización de sus instalaciones. Entre ellas, el desarrollo de Isla Verde Exterior es una de las apuestas más decididas del puerto por construir una dársena moderna y competitiva para el siglo XXI. Estos desarrollos se complementan con el nuevo acceso sur al puerto, que transformará la fisonomía de esta área portuaria y aportará agilidad adicional al tránsito de mercancías. El comercio mundial transoceánico muestra sus cartas para el futuro. Una nueva generación de buques más grandes, menos escalas. Este escenario está ya actualmente seleccionando un número de puertos que por su ubicación, capacidad, eficiencia y fiabilidad conservarán la categoría de nodos estratégicos de primer orden. El puerto bahía de Algeciras está llamado a ser uno de esos puertos.
The world is moving, ever changing, changing to the rhythm of progress, changing to the new needs of producers and consumers on a global scale. The pace of these changes is set by transoceanic trade, by its seas, and by its ports. One of these ports stands on a small stretch of water where all the great maritime trade sea lanes meet. It is the Strait of Gibraltar, and its port, the Bay of Algeciras. Today, the port of Algeciras Bay is the main logistics sea bridge between Africa and Europe, both for passengers and rolling cargo. It is the #1 port for container throughout in the Mediterranean, both because of sheer volume of activity and also due to the development of new technologies implemented there. Along with containers, liquid bulks have become one of the staple activities at the port of Algeciras Bay. Traffic from bunkering has opened a side door to a wider range of highly specialized ship services. Ship supplies, ship repairs afloat or at dock, and waste treatment are all available to any of the ships that sail through the strait. The services on offer to ships are backed up by unstoppable port traffic and cargo handling activities. The port of Algeciras has built up a strong position as a reefer port that can generate added value along with cold logistics chain. Along with this, customs processing and quality control have both reached operational levels of excellence. Passenger and rolling cargo traffic between Africa and Europe are strategic business areas. Millions of passengers and tons of cargo arrive and pass through the maritime terminals at Algeciras and Tarifa every year, making the port of Algeciras Bay the intercontinental sea bridge between Europe and Africa. The port of Algeciras Bay has been working on one of its great strategic goals: to spearhead container traffic and consolidate its position as Europe's southern gateway for trade with Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Its strategic location, with zero diversion from the great transoceanic shipping lanes, its sweeping, direct connectivity with more than 200 ports, and unbeatable transit times are the most convincing arguments. Together with all this, land connectivity is increasing rapidly, as is the development of the Bay of Algeciras logistics area. The future of a port depends on technical modernization and innovation. Both of these concepts make up the DNA of the port of Algeciras Bay. The roadmap was drawn out by the Ports Authority's Technological Modernization and Innovation Program to implement new support technology in each and every process, whether at sea or on land. The Port of Algeciras Bay is striving to adapt its business activities to the most demanding standards of respect for the environment and holds several international environmental management certificates. The Port of Algeciras Bay looks to the future, with its sights set on a tremendous potential to keep growing and attracting new traffic. The port will always continue to drive the development and refinement of its facilities. An example at hand is the development of the Isla Verde exterior, one of the port's decisive bids to build a modern, competitive quay for the 21st century. These developments will soon be backed up by a new southern access road and gate to the port that will completely change the face of this area and lend additional dynamism to cargo transit. Transoceanic world trade has laid its cards on the table for the future. A new generation of ever bigger ships, less port calls. This scenario is already making a natural selection of the few ports that, because of their location, capacity, efficiency, and reliability, are set to keep their category as first-class strategic hubs. And the Port of Algeciras Bay is called to be one of them.
Le monde bouge, change, au rythme du progrès. De nouveaux besoins de production et de consommation à échelle mondiale. Et le commerce transocéanique marque le rythme de ce changement, à travers la mer et ses ports. Un de ces ports occupe une petite bande de mer où confluent les grandes routes du transport maritime. C'est le détroit de Gibraltar et le port, celui de la baie d'Algeciras. Le port Puerto d'Algeciras est aujourd'hui le pont principal de connexion logistique entre l'Afrique et l'Europe, autant pour les passagers que pour les véhicules. Et c'est un port leader en trafic total de conteneurs dans la Méditerranée, tant pour son volume d'activité que pour le développement de nouvelles technologies. Avec les conteneurs, les vracs liquides se sont aussi consolidés comme une des principales activités du port Puerto d'Algeciras. Des trafics comme le bunkering ont ouvert la porte à un large éventail d'offres de services aux navires hautement spécialisés. Des réparations aux chantiers navals et à flot, des approvisionnements ou des traitements de déchets sont accessibles à n'importe quel navire qui transite par le détroit. L'offre de services aux navires est complémentée par une activité incessante liée au trafic portuaire et à la manutention des marchandises. Le port d'Algeciras se consolide comme un port reefer, générateur de valeur ajoutée dans la chaîne logistique du froid. De la même manière, la gestion douanière et les contrôles de qualité ont atteint un excellent niveau d'opérativité. Le trafic de passagers et rouliers entre l'Afrique et l'Europe sont également une zone d'activité stratégique. Chaque année, des millions de passagers et des tonnes de marchandises passent à travers les terminaux maritimes d'Algeciras et de Tarifa, convertissant ainsi le port Puerto d'Algeciras en un pont maritime intercontinental entre l'Europe et l'Afrique. Le port Puerto d'Algeciras est en train de travailler sur un de ses grands objectifs stratégiques, être à la tête du trafic de conteneurs tout en se consolidant comme la porte sud de l'Europe pour les trafics commerciaux de l'Afrique, de l'Asie et des Amériques. Son emplacement stratégique, sans aucune déviation des grandes routes transocéaniques, sa grande interconnexion avec plus de 200 ports et des temps de transit imbattables sont ses meilleurs arguments. Outre ceci, une connexion terrestre croissante et le développement de la zone logistique Bahía de Algeciras. L'avenir d'un port passe par la modernisation technique et l'innovation. Ces deux concepts font partie de l'ADN du port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras. La feuille de route est marquée par le programme de modernisation technologique et d'innovation de l'autorité portuaire, qui est en train d'incorporer de nouvelles technologies de soutien à tous les processus, autant du côté mer qu'avec les activités terrestres. Le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras continue à adapter ses activités aux standards les plus exigeants en matière de protection environnementale, ayant plusieurs certifications internationales de gestion environnementale. Le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras regarde vers l'avenir avec les yeux fixés sur son potentiel pour continuer à croître et en captant de nouveaux trafics. Pour ceci, il continue à stimuler le développement et l'optimisation de ses installations. Parmi elles, le développement d'Isla Verde Exterior est l'un des enjeux les plus importants du port, la construction d'une darse moderne et compétitive pour le XXIe siècle. Ces développements sont complétés avec le nouvel accès sud au port, qui transformera la physionomie de cette zone portuaire et apportera une souplesse additionnelle au trafic de marchandises. Le commerce mondial transocéanique montre ses cartes pour l'avenir. Une nouvelle génération de navires plus grands, moins d'escales. Actuellement, ce scénario est déjà en train de sélectionner un nombre de ports qui, du fait de leur localisation, capacité, efficacité et fiabilité, conserveront la catégorie de nœud stratégique de premier rang. Le port Puerto Bahía de Algeciras est appelé à être un de ces ports.
The world is moving, ever changing, changing to the rhythm of progress, changing to the new needs of producers and consumers on a global scale. The pace of these changes is set by transoceanic trade, by its seas, and by its ports. One of these ports stands on a small stretch of water where all the great maritime trade sea lanes meet. It is the Strait of Gibraltar, and its port, the Bay of Algeciras. Today, the port of Algeciras Bay is the main logistics sea bridge between Africa and Europe, both for passengers and rolling cargo. It is the #1 port for container throughout in the Mediterranean, both because of sheer volume of activity and also due to the development of new technologies implemented there. Along with containers, liquid bulks have become one of the staple activities at the port of Algeciras Bay. Traffic from bunkering has opened a side door to a wider range of highly specialized ship services. Ship supplies, ship repairs afloat or at dock, and waste treatment are all available to any of the ships that sail through the strait. The services on offer to ships are backed up by unstoppable port traffic and cargo handling activities. The port of Algeciras has built up a strong position as a reefer port that can generate added value along with cold logistics chain. Along with this, customs processing and quality control have both reached operational levels of excellence. Passenger and rolling cargo traffic between Africa and Europe are strategic business areas. Millions of passengers and tons of cargo arrive and pass through the maritime terminals at Algeciras and Tarifa every year, making the port of Algeciras Bay the intercontinental sea bridge between Europe and Africa. The port of Algeciras Bay has been working on one of its great strategic goals: to spearhead container traffic and consolidate its position as Europe's southern gateway for trade with Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Its strategic location, with zero diversion from the great transoceanic shipping lanes, its sweeping, direct connectivity with more than 200 ports, and unbeatable transit times are the most convincing arguments. Together with all this, land connectivity is increasing rapidly, as is the development of the Bay of Algeciras logistics area. The future of a port depends on technical modernization and innovation. Both of these concepts make up the DNA of the Port of Algeciras Bay. The roadmap was drawn out by the Ports Authority's Technological Modernization and Innovation Program to implement new support technology in each and every process, whether at sea or on land. The Port of Algeciras Bay is striving to adapt its business activities to the most demanding standards of respect for the environment and holds several international environmental management certificates. The Port of Algeciras Bay looks to the
Green transition for maritime transport. Ladies and gentlemen, tu veux mes lunettes de soleil? Please, ladies and gentlemen, join us. Yeah. To be not involved personally, just to say. Yes. Thank you. Now, after this coffee break, I hope that you can make some interesting meeting and discussion during this coffee break. We will start again this seminar with the session 2, the green transition and innovation in maritime transport, success stories. We have for this session 5 speakers. The duration of each intervention is the same, 6 minutes each, 8 maximum after I cut. We are late, but we are Mediterranean, so it's just normal. It's like this, though I don't want to take too much time, and I present very quickly the speakers for this session. Fernando in Puerto for Enagas, Mrs. Elena Seco, General Manager, ANAVE, Mr. Jesus Blanco Cedron, Balearia, Monsieur Jean-François Suas, President of the Development Council of the Port of Marseille, President of the Cruise Club of Marseille, and pilot, and Mr. Alain Mistre, Chief of Operation of Shipping Lines, the Corsica Linea, and President of the, I would say, port community of Marseille, to be quick. So please, the first speaker is Fernando Impuesto, Project Coordinator in Enagas, to talk about LNG. Thank you very much, Mr. Impuesto. 6 minutes. 6 minutos.
For sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Felipe. Thank you, everybody, for attending this panel after the nice coffee that we have in very nice facilities of the Port of Algeciras, and thank you for the invitation for this panel. I'm going to talk about the LNG High project. Probably is a project that is familiar for you. It's a project created in 2016, and the target of the project is the implementation of the LNG as an alternative fuel for maritime transport. So I'm going to make a quick view of the project and then a focus on a specific project in the Bay of Algeciras. So So the LNG Hedi project, as I mentioned before, is coming from the implementation of the 2014 directive about clean fuels directive that established that LNG, as well as the rest of the alternative fuels such as electric power, biofuels, and others, is one of the clean fuels selected to decarbonize the maritime sector. So this is a project fully aligned with the European Commission regulation, and for this is a project financed by the European Commission. So it's a project that started with a financing of the 50% of the project in an innovation side, and now is financed by around 20%. And this project also established the basis for the introductions of the new fuels, of the new e-fuels, green hydrogen, bio-LNG. We see LNG as a carrier for the introduction of green fuels, and this like green hydrogen or synthetic LNG. So, for all the evolution of the project, we started with a project about 33 million innovation, and then we implemented a total project of 242. We are a number of 49 partners. This is the partners, and most of them are present here in the meeting. The project is coordinated by Enagas, but the most important in that is it has the leadership of the Puertos del Estado. So it's a public and private project where the public institutions and the private institutions work together in order to develop a new market in Spain and Portugal for the LNG bunkering. So also in the project, as you can see some logos, we have 13 port authorities of Spain and Portugal. So this is the evolution. What is nice here is that we started with an innovation project, and then we are making the rollout. So we started just analyzing the different technologies needed for the deployment of the LNG. Also, we started to implement all the regulation needed in order to develop this kind of market. And then we are finalizing the project, investing in the transformation of vessels, such as the Balearic vessels, and the introduction of bunkering vessels, such as the vessel that we are going to present later, the vessel that is going to work here in the Algeciras Bay. This is more figures about the project, but what is most important is how is the evolution of the market in Spain talking about bunkering. So you can see here an exponential evolution. It is true that we are facing during this time between 2017 and 21 probably some problems in the market related with the COVID issues, and also lately with the prices of the LNG that we are now facing, as everybody knows, a crisis related with the energy, and this crisis is affecting, of course, the price of the LNG. But in any case, we can see the good evolution. In the last year, we performed almost 1,000 bunkering operations in Spain, and more or less about 1 terawatt, about 142,000 cubic meters of LNG supplied to the vessels that which consumes LNG. As you can see here, one of the things that is affecting more the evolution, and we see that it's going to recover in the coming months, is the cruise ship industry. That probably later we will talk about the cruise ship industry that we started in 2019 with a lot of strength, and now we are starting to recover all the supplies to the cruise ship industry. So talking about impact, I mean, just let me share with you today around the Iberian Peninsula are working 11 to 13 vessels. 9 of them belongs to Balearia. So Balearia is one of the ROPAS company that more are supporting the introduction of this gas. And what is important is the impact in terms of decarbonization. Today we are talking about decarbonization, and the most important to say that So far, we have the amount of tons of CO2 that we avoided is around 205 tons. And if we talk about sulfur or talk about nitrogen, you have the figure here. What we normally want to share with you is the comparison with the introduction of the electric power vehicles. And normally there are a lot of subsidies, a lot of investment, a lot of policies around the introduction of this electric vehicle. That is nice. We fully support the introduction of this vehicle. But if you compare only with 11 vessels working with LNG, it is equivalent to 1.6 the current fleet of electric vehicles in Spain. So only 11. So that means that, I mean, if we want to decarbonize the economy, it is clear that we have to prioritize where we can reduce faster huge amounts of CO2. And for sure, maritime is one of the key elements. And this has been done with a low level of subsidies, only 54 million euros. So what's this about this project? Now we are working in different projects in order to roll out all the implementation of the logistic change. And let me only talk about the project that we are going to put in operation in less than 1 year, around 1 year, let's say, in Algeciras, probably on the next summer. Here in Algeciras Bay, a project that has been created with the cooperation of the Port Algeciras, Enagas, and Peninsula Petroleum, and with the subsidiary of Enagas Esquelgas. We are going to invest around 60 million in a bunkering vessel of 12,000 cubes. It's going to be a flex LNG supplier it's not really a bunker barge. It's a big vessel that is going to supply big container ship, literally, in a ship-to-ship operation. And also it's going to be a vessel that is going to distribute LNG to LNG bunker barges, small LNG bunker barges, and different onshore facilities, such as probably in the future, Melilla new power plant is going to be supplied with this LNG, and also other projects that we are talking about this morning. Have been talking about with some projects in the Bay of Algeciras, where we can also supply this LNG. So this is the project that we expect to have in the last quarter of 2023, but it's going to be here in testing by next summer. So we are very happy to share with you this news, and also we are very happy to thank the Bahía Algeciras Port and Puertos del Estado, this cooperation between public and private institutions in order to make possible the decarbonization in the ports. So thank you very much.
Very interesting to have concrete results about the green transition and your project. Thank you very much. Now I let the floor to Mrs. Elena Seco, General Manager of the Spanish Shipowner Association. Elena, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Well, so thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, and thank you to the Port Authority of Algeciras and for Medports for the nice welcome they gave us yesterday and this morning, and the nice day they had prepared for us, and also for inviting the Spanish Shipowners Association to give the view of my members today here. It has been made very clear by the previous speakers that there is a determination to decarbonize maritime transport, but there is also many uncertainties that we have to deal with in the way. And this is mainly due to the fact that the fuels and the technologies that we need to achieve this goal, they do not yet exist. So I've structured my 4 slides that we need to have today in trying to answer 4 simple questions. Where do we stand today? What we want to achieve? What is our goal? What means do we have to achieve them in the short term? And what means we may have in the longer term, the near or no so near future. So where do we stand today? First, according to the latest IMO report on fuel consumption by the oil fleet, by the merchant fleet of the world, 99.9% of the needs of energy for the merchant ship is fossil fuels. So this is a reality. And the other 0.09% is not really zero carbon technologies. It's methanol, and we know it has a big C there, and other carbon fuels. So we are here, and this is what we have, because there is no alternative today to fossil fuels for maritime transport, especially for long-distance maritime transport. Even if we put a very high price on carbon, even if this high goes until, I don't know, whatever you may call, $100, $200, $3,000, $1,000, the alternative is not here today. So this is so because maritime transport, along with aviation, is considered one of the most difficult sectors to decarbonize. So, and in the best case scenario, it seems that by the end of this decade, we may have some alternative to these fossil fuels, and then we will need to have also the enough renewable energy or zero carbon energy to produce these fuels, and then we will need to have, of course, the infrastructure for the manufacture, the supply, and the handling of these new fuels, training programs. Some of the things we are talking today on possible futures alternative are toxic or have some other problems that have to be dealt with, or, of course, completely safety procedures to achieve that goal. In recent years, it is also true that ships have been incorporating some kind of energy efficiency devices, sails, electricity, or whatever. This can help us towards the path of transition, and we have to promote them. But my message here is the goal, the zero carbon goal that we want to reach, is not here yet. So we have a problem, and we need to solve the problem. I'm not here to say that we cannot do it. Please trust this all to the bin. What means do we already have? So it has already been said by Fernando. We have LNG. It is true that LNG has the problem of methane slip, and this is trying to be coped for with the engine manufacturers by some way of catalytic device or whatever, and it will probably will contain in the short term, so we can reach some reductions there. It is not zero carbon, so that will be in the longer term. But in the transition, I think that only LNG and advanced biofuels or e-fuels, when they are completely developed, are the only way that we can advance a little bit already now, today, with a minimal technical adaptation of the ships and with adequate crew training that it might be minor investment. These same biofuels or e-gas or whatever could be used in 2050 by the ships that are already being built today, because we are in 2022 and 2050 is 28 years from now, and 28 years is the average age of the world merchant fleet. Either we give legal certainty to these investments for ship owners, or ship owners may delay those investments, and in that way we will not start the transition today, and we will start it 5 years from now, or whenever we have something that we do not have today. That is my boy with a short-term solution. And what may we have in a longer term? So in the long term, there are several possible pathways that I have tried to summarize here, and we do not have time now to enter into each of them. But my main message here is that the choice of the optimal maritime fuel will depend on several considerations. Its energy density and the space we need on board to storage it, whether it is completely green, or if there are emissions in its production or in their productions, of course, the availability of renewable energy. I don't think hydrogen as a fuel directly for the ship will be an option, but we will need a lot of hydrogen to produce these fuels. If we need new propulsion ships then, or if we can adapt the ones we have. And of course, the global supply infrastructure. And we cannot lose that in mind, because everybody says that the problem with the ships is going to be solved in the next following 5 to 10 years. But it will take much longer to develop the legislation, the regulation on safety procedures and the infrastructure so we can supply these ships. Much longer in time and much longer in time in terms of money. So this multiplicity of potential routes represent an additional obstacle for the shipping sector. In each of these options, we will need a specific research and development for its commercial application and of final disposal, and of course a huge investment in these research and development projects to develop this new generation or technologies of fuels. So in summary, my main message is that we need to be ambitious. Of course, we need to be very ambitious on the strategy, but at the same time, we need to combine this ambition with a pathway that can lead the maritime sector to succeed in this goal. This cannot be only a thing of legislature and something you put on a directive or a regulation. As the president of the Port Authority said this morning, and also the mayor with different words, we have to develop incentive measures and not just penalizing measures. So thank you very much.
You are so perfect. Thank you for your respect of the limit time. Very interesting, this point of view as the ship owner. And without you, it will be not possible to make or to succeed in this green transition. So thank you for your contribution today. Now we are going to open a kind of sub-session dedicated to ferries, ro-packs, etc. sector. So I'm pleased to call here Mr. Jesus Blanco Cedron, the new project responsible Balearia. Sorry.
Hello, good morning to everyone. Thanks, Philippe and Medports to making this seminar. I think it's really interesting. I'm going to talk to you about our transformation to LNG ships that we made. First of all, as I know that we don't have too much time, I will talk a little bit about Balearia. Balearia is the leading Spanish shipping line in passengers and cargo services in the Balearic Islands, and also one of the largest operator in the Strait of Gibraltar. We moved this last year almost 3 million passengers and more than 6.5 million lane meters. This is the map where we operate. We operate in six countries. And we have a fleet of 29 vessels. Half are high-speed crafts and half are ro-packs, conventional ro-packs. And well, in the LNG projects, we make 3 new constructions, 2 ro-packs, LNG propulsion vessels, and 1 high-speed vessel, and 6 conversions to LNG. It was an investment of 380 millions for these 9 vessels that we have now that could work with LNG. The new constructions are, we made 2 new ro-packs in Cantiere Navale Vicentini shipyards in Italy. They are big ones. And were the first LNG-powered ferries in the Mediterranean. Then we made 1 high-speed craft, LNG, in Armón Gijón shipyards. It's a Spanish shipyard. that was the first largest passenger and cargo fast ferry in the world powered by dual fuels. Yeah, and it was an investment of 90 million of euros. Well, here, as you can see, are the 6 vessels that we made the retrofit for the engines and installing the LNG plants. They were co-financed by the European Union with a grant of almost 12 million euros. And we made it, we transformed the main engines of these vessels, which are mainly MAN and MAK, to dual fuel. So they can use LNG and also very low sulfur or marine gas oil. As my colleagues Ana and Fernando said, currently the only available fuel, alternative fuel, is LNG. There is no more available, and also in the supply chain there is no one else. So we bet to transform our vessels to LNG, and we hope that this. We know that it's a transitional fuel, but of course is now the way that nowadays we can reduce the emissions. The main task of the retrofits is where to place the LNG tanks, because they are really big. There are existing vessels, so they are not a new construction that you design it for it. So we have to look through where to place them. So for the stability point of view, the best way to install it is in the bottom of the vessel. So here is in Nápoles, that we install it in the bottom deck. But for install it, we have to cut all the upper decks, cut all the wires that it has, and reinstall it, transform the main engines, move the LNG tank inside. That is a huge maneuvering. And also we have to do a lot of modification in our vessels, in the structure, in the main engines, installing the LNG plants, also the LNG and natural gas piping, which must be cryogenic and also double wall, so it's a big work there. We have to modify the gas detector, the gas detection system, the fire detection, nitrogen alarm system, a lot of systems we have to change. It's not just a matter of place the LNG tank and modify the engine. It has a lot of work behind. Here you can see the Abel Matutes vessel. This is another vessel that we have to install it. The LNG tanks were placed in the upper deck because we have their place, and in the bottom decks it's more complicated to install it. Here are some pictures that you can see. The main engine is completely dismantled and readapted to burning LNG. How they get the LNG there, LNG tanks. We placed 2 LNGs, and this, more pictures about it. Bahama Mama is the third one that we made the retrofit, and we placed the tanks in the stern part of the vessel, but in vertical, because it's the place that we have. We have to adapt to the place that the vessels have. We cannot cut the decks in the middle of the vessel because there is a lot of superstructure. So we place it there. We adapt it and we place it in that position, in vertical. As I see, you can see the different type of works that we have there and how the vessel looked like. The next vessel was Sicilia, that it was placed in the same position as Nápoles because they are sister vessels. So in the bottom, and we have to cut the upper decks to install there the LNG tank. And Martín y Soler was the most difficult one because the whole length of the vessel is superstructure. So for place the LNG tank, we have to place it in the deck number 1, in the bottom of the vessel. But we have to cut in by the side, and we introduce it in the side of the vessel, by the side of the vessel. It was a really difficult maneuvering that we made it in Viana do Castelo shipyards. And also we have to install the new LNG bunkering stations that we place it in the garage of the vessels, so we reduce a little bit of the capacity of the vessels. And the last one was the Hedi Lamar vessel, similar to Naples and Sicilia, but with one more deck, so it's more complicated to do it and to install all the wires that it has, because as you can see here, they're just in one deck, all the wires that we have to cut it and reinstall it again, and all the systems that Balearia has to put. Also, it has an environmental impact, these projects, in ports and also in cities. Because, okay, I will finish. Because the LNG reduces the amount of emissions and in the emissions to the air. So in ports where the vessel stays 4 hours, it will get less emissions to them. And this is a small amount of how the annual emissions are reduction. And yeah, also Balearia is in an European project with ports, green and connected ports, where the fuel consumption and vessel emissions were monitored in real time, and we made it in 5 of our vessels. So thank you for your attention.
Again, a very interesting presentation, and I'm sure that it will be especially interesting for all the sailors and the ship owner in the room. Now I'm pleased to call my president, Jean-François Suas, president of the Development Council of the Port Authority of Marseille, and president of Cruise Club, and as I said, pilot in the Port of Marseille. Jean-François, please.
Thank you so much. I will use my chrono like this. There is no fight between you and me. I want to have the proof. It's my pleasure to be today here with you. And it was very interesting to share all this point of view, especially yours, because it's very realistic and very, very nice. Then I will start with Marseille. No, it's not like this. Okay, then the green transition of cruising. I will start just to show you what is the image now of the cruise sector. I will make a focus today of the cruise sector and of course of Marseille. And you see that energy innovation, I don't will be back for that because Elena is doing that very well. But it's of course is LNG, scrubbers, sail powered ship, etc. Hybrid propulsion. We start. Optimization of sailing is very important now because in France, for example, we have 4 companies. They start with sailing ships between France and US, for example. The first ship will arrive, some big cargo. It's already kind of 150-meter length of cargo. Then, of course, the main issue, I think now and for the future, the main concern, of course, is the local population. And then the best answer we can have is the shoreside power. I will be back also on this system. Then available in about only 15 ports now, especially in America, in US, because they have not this problem of frequency. They can directly provide 60 hertz and not 50 like us in Europe. Life on board, of course, because, for example, when we arrive in our flight, I don't say it, whose name was with Alain. There is all plastic on board. They give you a coffee with a plastic, and they in the ship, for example, in the cruise ships, mainly 99%, there is no more plastic for the last 2-3 years already. And then we are not delayed compared to the aviation, compared many parts of the world industry. And of course, life on board, etc., etc. Then you see now 26 is very important. 26 already. There is mostly 300 ships in the world as a cruise ship. There is only, as you said, something like 10%, representing already 22 billions of investment and 40% of targets, to reduce, that in 2030. And then, what do we do in Marseille? In Marseille, of course, some of you maybe have been already in Marseille, especially the previous part. There is 2 ports in Marseille. One in the west part, it is the new port with the industrial aspect, but this is also the whole port for already 2 centuries, you know, there is a lot of local population around. And then we have a big concern, of course, with the cruise ship, especially because they are huge. These are symbols. You always find every morning one politician or somebody waking up and they want notoriety, and then they will say, okay, fake news, we are all dying around in Marseille because there is some cruise ship. Then in 2019, we tried to, under the pressure, of course, but with MSC and Costa, they are belonging to our terminal and they are representing 85 or 90% of 2 million of passengers. We decide to make this blue chart. You see there is 4 points. Using already, like on ECAMED, for example, 0.1 of sulfur, or equivalent means, LNG, scrubbers, etc. Imperative use of shore power when it will be available. I was thinking about this, it's very important. Scheduling also LNG-powered ship cruise calls and support the development of local service. And now we have the first port in Med with LNG bucking barge with Total. It's already in operation for the last 6 months, operating the CMA-CGM big container ship in force. And of course, they have a contract with MSC for the next MSC Europa arriving in December in Marseille and of course in Barcelona, etc. And also low speed maneuvering. As a pilot, of course, we decided to be involved in this blue chart and to control the speed and to have the management of the speed, of course, in our area, because less speed meaning always less emissions. And then constant monitoring by the Harbour Master. Of course, the Harbour Master is involved in the French authority. And then we signed this. There was an international meeting. I was very interested because now we have 99 or 95% of our calls making by under this blue chart, and we want to improve this program. And of course, we just focus on the shore power in Marseille, because the shore power for many people seems to be a very big challenge. Of course, a lot of money. It's not really innovation, because when you, I make already 400 or 500 maneuver for a year, I always have discussion with the captain, the chief engineer, to always understand what is my industry for the last 40 years. And in fact, when you are, especially in France, with Schneider Electric, with Jimenez, we have Danfoss, we have already all the equipment to be connected. And we have the chance to start very early, but Alain will speak about this. For the ferries in 2017, we have already 5 connections, working on for only 2 megawatts. Of course, for the cruise ships, we need 10 or 12 megawatts, but everything is ready. We start also in Dunkirk with container ship with 8 megawatts for CMA-CGM. You have seen the last week in Southampton, for the first time, I think, in Europe, we have a connection with a celebrity Bayonne has been built in Saint-Nazaire in France. And then the big challenge is this converter, frequency conversion. And but it's already made for the last 40 years. There is some places they use it, and then it's not something impossible. Then we have been the first in Med to offer the shore power solution, and we will be, of course, I hope also the first for the cruise ship in 1 year and a half. Now we will have the first connection in 2024 at the end, or maybe we have two years delayed, unfortunately, by the COVID, of course, because it was difficult to put 30 million euros on the table without knowing if that the cruise ship they'll be back. But they are back, and we will sign in the next days the last convention with the cruise company. Then in green electricity, of course, we have the chance in France to have a mix decarbonized because of the natural plants, and then everything is ready for the future. And then we have seen there is for places now in Marseille with shore power, the first one, the previous one in the south, when we go to the north, and also for the dry docks, because we have 3 dry docks. It is now very busy with the cruise ship, and we need also connection on this kind. Then we are promoting also LNG hub, and we start already with the same ship, the methane. I don't remember exactly the name. I was on board coming from Barcelona, but now we have for the next generation of LNG from MSC, we have this bucking barge for Total. And then it's also something very important. We make a lot of programs, and cooperation with associations, especially the one is with local authorities, because we want to avoid the fake news that we are, some people, they say that 50% of the pollution in Marseille is the cruise ship or the ships, and we are monitoring now all the data coming from the ship directly for the data center of the cruise of MSC and Costa, for example, going directly to this association. And like this, they can make the inventory to know exactly how many particles, SOx and NOx, etc., coming from the ship. Then we are starting this program, also the skipper one, there is some European port also on this one, and then we try to make also with President Mistre something I will call Port Verde, the green port, and because the most important in our subject is to make science and really realistic, not to say, okay, we are using the methanol or something like hydrogen tomorrow morning. It's impossible. For the moment, we have a transition, a path, but it's something like the long term, the short term, and the medium term. This is very, very important, like the people like us has to be realistic and say the truth, because there are so many people around us saying something wrong, always rumors, demonizing our system. You have to be cold and say the truth. And I think at the end of the story, they will recognize that we are saying the truth. Thank you very much, because there is just the one. It will be very nice. We will invite you, of course. We have a great meeting again, and we will announce some new news, I hope, at this moment with the owners. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President. Thank you for these words. I have to be fair with people from Marseille. I'm sorry, so you respect the time, it's perfect. Now, I call Mr. Alain Mistre, COO of the Corsica Linea and President of the Port Community of Marseille-Fos. Alain.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you, Philippe, and thank you, Hervé, which is not here, to invite me today to show you a little bit what is happening in Marseille. As Philippe said, I'm the CEO of Corsica Linea, but I'm also the president of the Maritime Association of Marseille, FOS. Of course, everybody knows that we have two separate ports in different places, a little bit between 30 and 40 kilometers. So what is important today, I've been at sea for 25 years, through the rank from cadet to captain, and since 6 years, I'm ashore working for Corsica Linea, and now I've been also representative of the Association of the Ship Owner in Marseille. And I've seen this industry thinking about green transition since 2016. I've been at sea 25 years, and as I tell you, since 2016 I'm ashore. And I think it's wonderful what everybody is doing today, what is doing for the green transition. I have to say thank you first for that to everybody here, to work, to be involved in the green transition. So since now a couple of years, local ships owners together with the port operators, they have been the vision of the green maritime industry. They have been passing with success the Global Cap 2020. We were talking with my friend from Malta that it was something like really spatial, important in 2020 that we switched to fuel 0.5 or to different, I would say, system that permit us to navigate, to continue to sail, and to continue our industry in the shipping. So the local ship owners and port operators, they have been investing in cold ironing. So everybody today is talking about onshore power supply or power supply, but we can say also cold ironing. So just excuse me if I say cold ironing today, or if you see it's onshore power supply. We have been, so local ship owners have been invested in exhaust gas cleaning system. I will come back again on this point. LNG, of course. We were talking about LNG also. They switched to 0.5 fuel, support the SECA zone for the Med. Green handling, Jean-François was talking about green landing in Marseille ports, reblading the ships. So everything for decarbonation, green landing. Of course, you know that you lower the consumption, the less you consume and you emit CO2. We talk about also a lot of modal switch. So we want to send from our port to the land containers via the train or via the barge, okay, via the rivers and the barge. And also we are working a lot with the region of the south of France that invest a lot in the green transition. They invest 30 million euros. So thanks to the president of the region for investing in we call that zero smoke coal plan. So it was really nice from his part. So cold ironing, we already, Jean-François introduced us about cold ironing. So in Marseille, in 2014, La Méridionale, which is a company of RoPax between Corsica and Marseille, they decide to invest massively in cold ironing. So they transform 3 ships, the Girolata, the Caliste, and the Piana. Corsica Linea, which is a young company, 2016, they new owners bought the company from the ex-government company in Marseille, which is doing also between Corsica, the link between Corsica and Marseille. They invest also in Gianicoli, Pascal Paoli, and Pagliaoba. Each company terminal is equipped now with 2 connections, 2 bracket connections. So you have 4 connections within, as you can see on the picture below, the first one, you have 2 connections in 2 piers. By pier, 1 connection by pier, okay? So it means 4 connections for the 2 terminals. So, as we say, it's 2 megawatts the ships need, but it's more or less the ships, the RoPax, about 180 and 200 meters. So it's 2 megawatt power supply. And all coal connected represent around 20 tons of CO2 that is not emitted compared to a coal on generators, okay? So it has to be underlined that this company, they invested 5 million, about 5 million each in the system, in the connecting system of the cold ironing, and the port also, the Grand Port of Marseille, invest also for the connection, the cabling, and all, you know, the system that they have, the electrical station, investing about 1 million. So the plan now is, they have Marseille Port has a big plan for the cold ironing, because they decide to invest on top of I will say the ferry terminal to Corsica. They invest also to Maghreb. We have an international terminal for Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco, and you will have 2 connections also at this terminal. So it will be this year, hopefully. So, and as said Jean-François, we will have 4 brackets also connection in 2025, probably with 10 mega each. So it's a massive investment for the port, because to bring 10 mega to the cruise terminal, as you can imagine, it's a big job. It's a big job. So thanks to the port to invest, and thanks also to the region that helped the ports to succeed in this project. And we plan also 2 bracket connection in the shipyard. So finally, you will have all Marseille ports that will be connected. So with the liners, with the cruise ships, and also with the reparation, okay, shipyard. The project is to have also in force, in a container terminal, some connection in 2030. So it's in project. I will not put it in a plan because it's still under discussion, and it's private terminal, so we have to, it's like confidential a little bit. Also, we test already some project of mobile connection, shore connection with mobile, on truck, with LNG powered. So it was a success with one of the ferries of La Méridionale, or Girolata. It has been tested in Marseille and in Corsica. So we have basically, where you don't have a connection, you can have this mobile connection to bring you some power. So we have in Marseille like a breakwater where the ships are docking when it's too much windy, because you cannot go, as you see in the port here at this terminal, when it's too windy, so you go at the breakwater, and at the breakwater you can have this mobile connection. Unfortunately, with COVID, the project was a little bit, I will say, under the carpet, but we are going to push to have it ready now, I will say 2025 or maybe 2024, okay? For the LNG as fuel, okay, well, it's a nice story, I will say. I appreciate your presentation, both of you. And since 2017, I was in Paris and I was at the Shipowner Association, and I was meeting some people from Total that are, Total Energy in France is like, I don't know, your main petrol. Now we don't talk about petrol, we talk about energy. So it's the main one it's because they changed the name, it's Total Energy now. And so we start to talk with the port of Marseille, the ship owners like Corsica Linea, CMA CGM, Gaz Océan, which is big LNG ship owner, MSA and Costa Cruise, Total Energy, and the LNG platform. So 2016-17, we built the LNG platform in France because we didn't know what was LNG. Sorry, I was at school with, we learned about diesel engine, but not LNG engine. Okay, so, and we have been working on having what was the LNG ships, how we could succeed in having LNG bunkering in Marseille by truck, by barge. So, and finally at the end, you end up with CMS CGM that is building 44 vessels of the group for 2 billion euro of investment with LNG powered. The Jacques Tarde was the biggest LNG powered vessel last year in 2020. Okay, that it was christened in 2020 in China. And we will have this year the first LNG vessel as a liner in Marseille from my company, which is the Galeota, okay? And we had the first LNG vessel called in Marseille last year, and the first bunkering vessel LNG was done in the CMA CGM Bali in January 2022. And with the gas vitality, and you can see on the first pics, gas vitality is huge, it's 145, she's 145. So we did the first bunkering vessel. Now every week you have a bunkering of LNG in Fos, in Marseille Fos. And it's a big step, I think. We reached the big step. In Marseille you will have this 15,000 box vessel that will come in Marseille Fos, for container ships, of course. So we have a good plan for the LNG in Fos. Of course, you know that in Fos we have a LNG terminal, so helps, of course. And we have also the cruise company, the Ponant, that is a small cruise company with small ships, luxury cruise, that delivered the Commandant Charcot, the first expedition polar vessel, LNG powered. And as I told you also, at the end of the summer, we should receive from Vicentini Shipyard, like Balearia, but we copy you a little bit. You have more experience, okay? And so you see that she's more or less the same shape, same shipyard, so they have experience on LNG. So we went to see the people that experience. And as said my colleague before, LNG is the future for us for having a fuel as clean as possible. I put just 99% of SOx, but that 85% on NOx and 22% less of CO2. So Galeota will arrive in August in Marseille. She's now in sea trials. And she will be bunkered first by truck, okay? Truck to ship. We went to see Balearia in Valencia to see how it's happening, okay? Well, thank you again. And we signed a contract with Titan, and we will have a barge called Titan Krios that will will arrive in Marseille probably in 2023 or 2024. Depends on, how it's going in the building. Of course, sorry, I want to say, I'm almost done. Thank you. I just want to add a point that already my colleague underlined, that the French Gas Association, the ship owners, and the LNG platform are talking about biomethane, bio-LNG, okay? Already we are ready for 2022 to have 10 terawatt hours of this fuel. this LNG as fuel by the end of 2022. And they are working to have 10 terawatt per hour of pyrogasification, hydrothermal gasification, and methanation bio-LNG by 2030. Something like, it's like on the side, we are working on to have something ahead, to have one step ahead. It's always like what we are thinking is to really the maritime industry. I don't have the public here today is very specialized, but it has to be underlined that all the people here are doing a lot of effort to succeed in something very green and better than before. And just to finish, the scrubbers, exhaust gas cleaning system. CMA, you know what is the system. I will not explain again in details what is it, but it's just you washing the smoke with water, seawater, and then or you put at sea, or you have this closed loop, and you keep it in your tank and you give it to the facilities ashore to be retrieved. And CMA CGM investing in 56 vessels of the groups, 800 million euro. You see, it's massive investment. We talk about million euro. Galeota is 160. If you buy a ferry, it's 140. But you put LNG, so it's 20 million euro more. What I want to say at the end of this meeting or this seminar today, thanks to the ship owner. I have to say, thanks to my boss, that is putting money, on the future of your kids and everything. I like the kids always on your presentation. It was nice. So CMS CGM, 56 vessels, 800 million euro investment. La Méridionale, she invests in a system with dry system, which is really interesting. And Corsica Linea, 5 vessels of the company with scrubbers. And so closed loop, all. So like this, it's okay. Thank you a lot, and thank you for what you're doing also. Thank you.
It's very dangerous for me to cut the word of a Corsican person. So thank you, Alain, for your presentation. Very interesting as well. You see that all the actors, and especially ship owners for this session, make many things to the achievement of the objectives of the green transition. So thank you for speakers. As the first session, do you have one burning question for one of the speakers? If no, I think you will have, we have the Harbour Master of the Port of Algeciras. You have a question? Yes. Please, just one question.
Yes, one question. Well, everybody of the speakers speaks about the improvement of the sulfur to the atmosphere. It's true. And they are speaking about LNG, but they never say what are the worst method to use LNG. What is your cycle of the main engines, Otto cycle or diesel cycle?
What was your question, please? Sorry, say again.
Why don't speak you about the slips from the LNG in the Otto cycle?
The sweets? Yeah. Okay, the sweets, I say, you don't have sulfur anymore.
The leakage of the LNG, the slips.
It's gas.
You say that the employing LNG is very good for the environment.
Yeah.
Because no CO2 metric ton.
No, it's not no sulfur and almost no NOx also.
Very well.
And 25% about CO2 less.
Exactly, because 1 ton of LNG produce 2.7 and 1 ton of diesel 3.12, about 20%. But what about the slips? The methane slips.
The methane. I have.
I will answer. I have talked about the methane slip. I did, and it is true.
Asterisk.
But anyway, it is true. It's the means we have. It's not the goal we are going to achieve. And anyway, engine manufacturers, I think I said it, are working on catalyzers, so the methane slip is contained. In fact, the methane slip of the engines 20 years ago has nothing to do with the methane slip of the engines being produced today.
Ago, yeah.
I know we have a problem, Julio, I know it. But
nobody speaks about
No, I did say it, but anyway, the important thing here is we don't have to put on the table all the problems, because we have to put solutions. So I know the methane slip is there, and I have said it, but just tell us a solution. I have tried to accomplish one pathway, and this is the important thing, the pathway, with the real things that we have here today. We both are engineers, so we're naval architects, so I think we get to understand each other. And we have to get the pathway. And in the end, with that pathway, we will get this challenge solved. I'm sure we will. But anyway, I did talk about methane slip.
Yes, and another thing, Marsala, as you know, what does it mean, Marsala?
Thank you.
Is the port of God. Then,
for sure.
What about a scrubber?
For example, Methane was speaking about the life of the methane in the skies is 12 years, around 12 or 20 years. Then, and the CO2 is 500 years. Then for the moment, a lot of people say, okay, the methane is a very short problem. As Elena said, the operators are working a lot. Now, the last generation of engines, they are working very well with something on the metal slips, you know, is something that we can find technical solutions. Of course, when you make a refit or you have a new ships, it's completely different. But it's one way. You cut the NOx. NOx is very important for the health, for the cancer. The SOx is very important for the nature, and the particles also for the health. You cut with LNG, because with the other one, you have all these matters. But with LNG, you avoid this matter. And considering the GHG, you are also better. Then for me, this is a solution. Of course, methanol could be a solution for the future, or hydrogen, but there is no engines working with hydrogen for the moment. It's only some prototypes. And the other question was about scrubbers. What you said about scrubbers. Scrubbers is also transition. I'm not especially defenders of the scrubbers, but 5 years ago there is some owners they don't imagine with this global sulfur cap they have to find solution, because I never met any industrialized guys they want to pollute, you know, they will be happy with pollution. Oh, everybody wants to find solution, but the problem is economy and jobs. You have some companies, they have thousand people, you know, inside, and if you cut, you know, you cut the flow, everybody is going back at home. And in fact, in general, when you are in charge about these employees, you want to find a solution for them. This is I am not what we call in France, you know, these kind of people, they want to stop the growing. You have to operate because you have 7 billions of people on the earth, and we want to find a way for these people. And I think, really, that for the next 10, 20 years, LNG could be a very nice solution, especially with high methane, biomethane. We have a lot of solutions now in Marseille. For us, we try to find with natural bio LNG, etc. This is one part of the future, only one part, but it's a part of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. When I talk about burning question, I didn't know that I was so true. I invite you to keep on discussing about that maybe later. Now we are going to change and to pass to the next session. Please applaud our speakers. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you, really thank you. Maybe we could have just a very short, maybe 5 minutes break to change the session. And after that, we will have a session dedicated to the port authorities and the project developed in the port authorities. Yeah, just this 5 minute breaks to change the seat. Sorry, no problem. Now, sorry, excuse me. Hassan Abkari, José Luis Ormaechea. Thank you very much. These 5-minute breaks are finished. I'm pleased to welcome on the stage Monsieur Hassan Abkari, Deputy General Manager of Tanger Medport. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Mr. Hassan Abkari, Deputy General Manager of Tanger Medport, and José Luis Ormaechea, Managing Director of Algeciras Bay Port Authority, for a joint intervention about the new scheme of operation of the maritime connection between Algeciras and Tanger Med. José Luis, Hassan, the floor is yours for this joint intervention. I let you.
Well, thank you very much, Philippe. Thank you very much, Hassan, for being here together after 2 years of video conference relationship. So thank you very much for coming to Algeciras and to explain a bit about our plans for the future. Starting from a situation that is quite from the recent story since the opening of Tanger Med in 2010, where we are keeping a leading position. No? We are the leader, the connection between Morocco and Europe, and both for passengers and for cargo. Volumes of activity are increasing, mostly in cargo, with 2 digits in a year basis. And we are also increasing or improving our market share. So the situation is what we can say a successful situation because of we are being able to give service to the market, but it's true that we need some improvements to maintain this leading position. That's true, and these improvements, of course, have to have in account all the greening strategy and the greening demands from the market and from the regulations. We are undergoing some improvements in different issues, different fields. We are updating our maritime infrastructure. We are installing the cold ironing. Well, we are starting to install. We have not installed yet, the cold iron in our berths. We are also ready to give LNG services. So we are improving our infrastructure. We are also improving our operations. We are enlarging our land space for operations, both inside and outside the port. The traffic is increasing a lot dramatically, so we have to follow this path, and we have to increase our space for operations. We are also improving, I'm talking about both ports at the same time. So we are improving also the rail connectivity. This is something basic for the greening strategy, improving infrastructure and improving services. We are also putting a quite interesting part of the traffic of the straits on top of the rail and going to central Spain or north of Spain. We are also making an effort in digitization for cargo, for the flows, for the tracking of the cargo and the flows in both ports. And we are also improving our inspection services, which are always tough. It's a tough task to improve, but I think we are improving. And there is something that has to be improved clearly, which is the fleet between both ports. We can start from a situation of, as I mentioned before, at the end of the day, we have the capacity to handle all these biggest part of the market, and at the end of the day, year after year, we have this strength with the fleet we have. So we are moving almost 400,000 trucks a year, and with TangerMed to 1.something million passengers. So we are doing these services, but we have some weakness in the fleet side. So weakness, which are the main issue, the main reason because of the origin of these weaknesses are the unclear future visibility for shipping lines, because they have to take decisions year after year, so in a yearly basis. So this is something that we have to change and to go to a scheme that they have more visibility in the future, so they can take decisions in the long term, so not be compelled to take decisions year after year. Because this issue means that we enter in a vicious circle, and there is low occupancy of the ships. There is a difficulties to differentiate the services, the quality of services from one shipping line to another. There is constant changes in the fleet composition. There is a competition only in price. As a consequence, the ships are not the best that we would like to have in the straits. Of course, as I mentioned there are some exceptions. There are some companies that they are doing a big effort to keep adequate means, adequate ships in the line, but it's not the generality of the thing. So at the end of the day, we have some aged ships with slow, with not fully adapted to the needs of the services, with low level of quality. So and also as a consequence with low performance, low environmental performance. This is the reality. Of course, I'm talking about that there are some exceptions, honorable exceptions. So what we are doing until now is to assess properly the situation, propose preliminary solutions, We have made some studies starting from 2015, 2016, study where we analyze in depth the situation. We have updated this study in 2019, and also from our side and also from Tanger's side, they have made a study in 2018. And there is a high-level agreement between both ports. Even we signed an agreement in the presence of the kings of Morocco and Spain. So that has become a mandate for both ports to improve the situation of the fleet. So we have to to define a new scheme of operation with these objectives that are in the slide. So to increase the level of services, the punctuality, the quality for passengers and for cargo, to keep this competitiveness of our connection, the straight connection towards alternative chains, increase the profitability so that the ship owners are able to reinvest, to invest in new ships, increase security, increase environmental performance, and the thing is to engage, to reach an engagement with ship owners for several years, not year after year as today. So we have made this in-depth analysis of the actual situations. We have the forecast for 2025, 2030 are of keeping this growing of the cargo traffic and the passengers traffic. For 2025, we had the goal of 550,000 trucks, but I think, and we both think that this will be much more than that to 2025. It's also important to listen to the market and talking about the frequency, because the frequency is an important issue in this connection of the straits, both for passengers and for cargo. And well, we are trying to define as a theoretical exercise which will be the ideal fleet, both for RoPax and for traffic and for cargo. Well, in terms of size, in terms of size, we have to choose boats that are adapted to the infrastructures of both ports, of course. The speed, around 20 knots is the speed we think is ideal, and so on. So we have some very specific issues in our port, which is the stationality, as you see in this graphic. It's a reality, and we have to deal with, because it's something that will stay with us in the next years for passengers situation. So this introduces a difficulty to define this ideal fleet. But the thing is that we think that with less boats, more adapted ships, can be the service can be done in an appropriate way. So here is a theoretical example from the situation, the old situation of up to 13, 14 boats crossing the strait, that we can have an ideal situation of ships, 6 ships adapted to the situation. The same for the Ro-Ro traffic. We have to have 2, and on the long term, maybe 3 ships, boats for the Ro-Ro traffic, for the pure Ro-Ro traffic, non-accompanied traffic. And well, this study of 2016 was ameliorated by the study made by Med in 2018 with another consultant, and maybe Hassan wants to explain about.
Thank you, José Luis.
You have half a minute, you have.
Yes. I think everything has been said.
So thank you very much. It was nice to come here and to yes, thank you.
You have less than 1 minute.
No,
no, please. It's a joke, please.
Okay, I will take 2 minutes. I take a couple of minutes, but couple doesn't mean two, okay? Do it this way. Yes, of course, we are a reference organization in terms of traffic or operations with Algeciras because we are a non-Schengen port. So today, for instance, English guys are just coming to benchmark how we are dealing with this big bunch of trucks who are crossing the strait daily basis, knowing all the complications linked to all the requirements for sanitary, let's say, controls or all normative controls that can take place in a port before coming to a new country or going to a new country. The second aspect, which is very important, is that we are mirror ports. So we have to mirror our operations. A vessel just cannot leave a port toward the other one if there is not enough space, if we are not ready to receive the cargo, if we are not prepared to deal with the bunch of passengers who's coming on board. And this is a real issue that we are trying to solve with Algeciras on a daily basis. The Strait of Gibraltar is also very particular, knowing that we started from 15 years now, and we totaled with Algeciras port more than 12 million TEUs containers last year. That makes this as the best logistics node in terms of potential of growth in the western area of the Mediterranean, and we could achieve together more than 20 to 22 million in the next coming years. People just don't see the things coming because we are thinking linear way. We are thinking in terms of linear growth. This is not a linear growth at all. This is an exponential growth, and we are expecting to reach these figures in very short time period. You spoke also about the 400,000 trucks. If I tell you that in just 5 years before, we have something like 200,000, and we managed to double this figure in a few years, in less than 5 years. We think that the 550,000 that was our perspective for 2025 is, of course, will be reached, sooner, 1.5 years sooner than what was expected initially. I think that we are continuing attracting industrial operators on both sides, and that this growth will continue to reach 1 million trucks in less than 10 years, in the next coming 10 years. So this study was more than necessary. You have to know that historically, maritime operators were just fiercely competing between each other, adopting the last man standing strategy. I will use the oldest ship possible, the lowest cost operations possible, and I will try to lower the prices until I kill the competitor and I will stay alone. But there's always a new competitor who comes in. So we have a very poor service. We have poor reliability, not real respect to the environment, if not say no respect to environment, and also a lot of non-adapted vessels, because no one is building a vessel on purpose for the line. We are just buying second-hand vessels that are at the end of their life from other operators from Northern Europe, from other services, to end their life in the Strait of Gibraltar. So we decided together to try to find a solution, to think to have an approach, a systemic approach in which we have two port authorities and a maritime operator, and taking into account the real driver of the maritime operator, trying to guarantee the profitability, trying to guarantee the sustainability of the business and the feasibility, and of course fixing some clear characteristics linked to, let's say, 3.2 million passengers per year, 500 or 600,000 trucks, and also 800,000 cars, private cars, that are crossing the strait every year. We managed to reach the same results. They start the first, so you can say we copied them. It's not a problem, since we agree on the results. And I think that if we manage to bring to life this a new scheme, our client on both sides will be very happy because at that time we will be capable of managing the cost of crossing the strait that make all this business profitable to all of us, because the operators, a lot of Spanish companies, more than 2,000 Spanish companies, just decided to set their business around Tangermed or in deep hinterland in Morocco. They are relying on this crossing the strait at the best conditions and in terms of price, quality, predictability, and also previsibility for their business. And thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much. You were absolutely perfect, Mr. Abkari. Thank you very much for this contribution. It's a pleasure for the Medport Association to see two of our members to collaborate like this, and it's not the result of our association. I want to say that, but it's one of the objectives of the Medport Association that the Port Authority could meet together inside the association and find some common project to develop and discuss between them. So thank you for this contribution, very positive contribution, very good example of what we are able to do. Above the competition, there is a cooperation before, and thank you for that. You are a perfect example. Now we are going to open a round table. Yeah, you can, I think we can ask to the people, we can applaud, exactly.
So we will stay or we go?
No, I think
okay.
Back in the room. And so please, if you can put some seat, I have to call Raul, Head of Environmental Policies of Valencia Port, Mr. Hector Cols, Head of Environmental Sustainability of Barcelona Port. I will ask to Felix Gresh, Operation Manager, Onshore Power Supply, Malta Freeport. Dr. Alain Morsi, Dean of the Port Training Institute. Mr. Luis, please join me. You organize the seminar and you are a speaker. You are wonderful. You are everywhere. And to finish, Tangemed, Utilities General Director, Zakaria Bouamri. Mr. Bouamri? Mr. Bouamri. Just to thank Tangemed for his involvement in the Medport Association as we organize with the Tangemed port webinar dedicated to the fresh and perishable goods in Med, the 10th of May. So thanks to Tangemed for this. Yes, so this is a roundtable best practices session. So the challenge is very, very hard for you because you are to present your best practices in 6 minutes each. No more, I'm sorry for that. So I know it's near impossible for Raul to stay in the 6 minutes. I know it's impossible for you. Yeah, but I think you failed to do that, but I hope. So Raul, please. Come on and explain the best practices in Port and Valencia. Thank you, Raul.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thanks to MEDports Association for inviting us to share our best practices with all of you. And I will be running my slides. I think it's going to be in 5 minutes. Okay, this is where I'm talking about is a little bit about the figures of Valencia Port, then some information, why do we need extra power, and how would we be managing the strategy for the implementation of these technologies, and some other projects that they will be in place in a short time, and then some conclusions. Okay, Valencia Port is running 3 ports along the Spanish West Med, Spanish Mediterranean coast, Valencia, Sagunto, and Gandia. This is the graph of the cargo handled in 2021, over 85 million tons. This is the graph of the containers, over 5 million TEU in 2021. And this is the energy consumption. I don't know if you see it very well. My eyes are not so sharp, but I think it's something about 80 gigawatts hour per year. Okay, this is our carbon footprint. You know that there are two different colors, the dark blue and the light blue. This is because in 2016 we changed the emission factors. We were using those from the Valencia region, and then we turned into the Spanish European emission factors. And well, it was a little better for us because there were some differences. So nowadays, our impact of the carbon footprint of the Port of Valencia is 2 tons of CO2 per metric ton handled. Why do we need extra supply? Yeah, there's a lot of things that have been said before: electrification, port enlargement, new bunkering services as OPS, for example. And where this strategy relays on its renewable energies, use of alternative fuels and clean fuels, and within it, we include the OPS as well, energy efficiency and digitalization. In terms of renewable energy, we have involved in actually 4 projects. 3 of them are the implementation of photovoltaic plants in Valencia and Gandia. And the 4th project is the implementation of wind energy in the Port of Valencia. This is really challenging because we have a problem that the Port of Valencia is inside the way into the airport of Valencia. So there is a height limitation, and we are dealing with the security agency, Spanish security agency, and let's see if we can get an agreement on how high can we reach with these windmills. But in the best case scenario, we will be in position to generate like 70 gigawatts hour per year, which is less than the amount we are consuming right now, but it's starting for what is going to come. Use of alternative fuels, we have been using LNG for the last 4 years in Valencia. This is a vessel of Balearia, and we are in the middle of a project for the demonstration of the use of hydrogen in port machinery in the Port of Valencia. There are 3 pilots in this project. It's H2 ports, and these 3 pilots are: one is a mobile fixed refueling station, the second one is the reach stacker in the MSC terminal, and the third is the terminal tractor for the car terminals of Grimaldi. And this is more or less a draft of the letter to the 3 wise men that we have sent at the beginning of the year for the implementation of OPS in the Port of Valencia. At present, there is only one facility, which is the picture down right for tugboats, but all going well, weather permitting, we will be in position to give OPS to some vessels by the end of 2023. Energy efficiency, it's a bit linked to OPS because not this part, because of course we need to give more energy and to be very effective in the use of energy, lights, LEDs, and cars fitted with electricity. And then the new electrical substation, which is the jewel of the crown. Because if we don't have this substation, we won't have OPS. This is now under construction. Everything has been awarded, and we plan to finish these works in 2023. This part of this project is financed by the European Union within the framework of the Ealing Works project. And, well, as I said, well, it will give us the possibility to give power to the ships. Digitization, we are trying to implement a platform for the management of all energy assets, generation, demand, and everything, including artificial intelligence, big data, everything. All words that you have learned somewhere about the new communications area and everything, digital twin, so on, we will implement everything. Whatever sounds in English and very fancy, we will implement that. So this is something that we will use for our good management, and because we want this to have everything under control, we want to predict what's going to happen tomorrow with the weather forecast and everything, and what will be the forecast of the vessels in the port, and what will be the potential demand, and how could we manage to get the most efficient energy generation and production. And then other projects that we are involved is something that I'm really proud of saying, that hopefully we will have a wave energy plant in short time. That is a pilot, and if that is, we have luck, then in the next months, probably we will have this facility in the port. This is the, well, different alternatives for the locations. Option 1, option 2, option 3. There is one facility like the one in the picture of the left, which is just there in Gibraltar. So it's gonna be similar like that. And the final slide is that this is a summary of all these initiatives that I have mentioned. With the deadlines, there is one thing that is not good written, because it's a photovoltaic plant, 1.5 megawatts peak is 2021. Of course, it cannot be done. It's going to be 2022, and the rest of the initiatives are right over there. So it's everything I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. If you have any question, please, I'm waiting there, and I will wait for your questions. Thank you.
You're perfect, Raúl, and thank you for your involvement in the association, but more broadly, your involvement in the green transition. You are always a positive way to present this, and thank you for that. And when I say this morning that the Port authorities are in the middle of several networks, energy networks, communication networks, logistic networks, your presentation showed that perfectly. And so we have to manage this as a Port authority. So thank you, Raúl, for this. Now from a little bit in the north of Spain, Senor Héctor Cals, Head of Environmental Sustainability of the Port of Barcelona. Please, sir.
Well, good morning all. Well, first of all, thank you to the Port of Algeciras to invite us, also to Medport, also to the city of Algeciras. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, there is advantages and disadvantages to be in the last panel, as you know, because many topics have been treated, and better than me, probably, exposed better than me. And the second point is that probably I have to adjust a little bit to the time that you give me, okay? Well, we have to start with, to put a little bit in context, many of the goals of the European Union, the Fit for 55 proposed, and some of the IMO goals has been presented. This is like a summary. This is presented in one slide, and then you can see another one, but this is significant because in only 2 slides, there's a demanding goals and milestones for the ports. I'm talking from a port perspective. To achieve all these goals means a lot of effort, a lot of projects, a lot of investment, and a lot of complex projects. It's not an easy technology. We are talking about new technology, new projects, new achievements. So yes, this is two slides. There are some clear goals here, objectives, but what I want to say that for a port is very difficult. It's very difficult. We will do it. We are committed with this. But what I want to say that when a package, a legislative package is put in place, it must be considered also that the schedule to be implemented must be realistic, is what I want to share with you. We have been talking about the proposals of IMO with package and the reduction of greenhouse gases emissions. So as a summary, in 2030 we have to reduce at 50%, and we have to put all the efforts to be a neutral port in 2050. Okay. Besides of this, we want to say that this is a legislation, this is mandatory, but for a port, at least for Barcelona port, we are convinced of this. We want to do this. I think it's a social claiming, it's a social propose that we have to help to achieve. In our strategic plan, one of the things that we consider is a sustainable. is sustainability. Not only environmental sustainability that we have been talking about here all around, also social and economic. Because if we achieve only an environmental sustainability, probably a lot of ports maybe have to reduce their activity. So it's a global. We have to see sustainability as a global. It not makes sense only one axis. We have to work in the three ones. Okay. Well, I'm going to try to summarize with this slide the energy transition plan of Barcelona Port. It is composed of many pieces, okay, many projects. Some of them are advanced, some of them are in the definition stage, but all of them together must support to achieve these goals. One single project is not able to achieve the decarbonization purposes. So they are different, but they work together. Some of them are synchronized, some of them must work in parallel, and some of them a lot of uncertainties, as for example, the green combustibles or the alternative fuels. By one, the OPS. The OPS is very important. We have been talking a lot here about OPS. We have a plan for OPS, we have started the OPS, and we hope that in 2023, at the end, we will have in place 2 of them. In 2030, probably the 60% of the PS in the Port of Barcelona will be installed. It's a huge investment. It's around 110 million of investment for Barcelona Port, so it's huge. Besides of this, we have all the circular economy. We want to produce biogas from the waste, from marble waste. So this is a project that we are defining now. So I think this block might help to achieve the energy production in the Barcelona port, because we want to produce energy in our facilities, in our installations. This is one goal that we have. Alternative fuels. There are experienced people here and repeated people here that has been talking about LNG projects, LNG bunkering. We are fully committed with LNG. For us, has been an improvement locally and also globally in the transport, especially in the quality of the air in Barcelona area. So we fully support this. We are one of the leading boards in the Mediterranean Sea promoting the LNG. Other aspects, renewable energies. We are now in some plans to install photovoltaic panels all around the port. You will see the numbers that we will show you. And you will see that we can produce a lot of energy from renewable, photovoltaic and biogas in the port installations to help OPS and to help all the community to have clean, stable and competitive energy. So it's one of our proposals. But I want also to comment. It's good to talk about decarbonization. We also have to talk about the positive improvement in the air quality. in decarbonizing, we are improving the air quality. Are two topics but related, so it's important to say. LNG, for example, has a positive effect on the air quality, at least in Barcelona Port. We have been monitoring this all along the years. The OPS, well, this is the project in one slide. It's an 80 megawatt project. We are going to start in 2023 at the end with the first two OPS, but we have to end in around 2040 with 90% of the OPS installed all around the installations of the Port of Barcelona. In the 2030, the 60% we will install it, and it will reduce at least the 40% of the greenhouse gases emissions in the port facilities. Okay. As my colleague Raúl Cascajo said, there is a lot of milestones and challenge to solve. For example, the substation inside the port installation, all the grid, a known grid in the port. So they are not easy projects, they are complex projects, okay? Next one, this is the capacity in the port installations, at least the best positions of where we can produce photovoltaic energy. In the Barcelona port now we have registered around 90 megabytes of production. It means that we can produce in 1 year around 130 gigawatt hour per year. This is a lot. It can reduce a lot the green energy required for the decarbonization of a port. So it's an important piece. And this can power also the OPS, for example. Alternative fuels, this is very uncertain. There is a lot of uncertainties, as you commented in the previous ponencies. But a clear thing is that we have to be prepared as a port. We have to be ready. We have to look at the horizon. We have to look over there to see which ones of these potential alternative fuels are finally selected. And meanwhile, in the transition time, we have to work in real solutions like LNG, like OPS, and this, and be open for the next solution, hydrogen, and so on. So we will see. We cannot buy these new jetties ready for these new facilities to let me say, to discharge all these new fields in Amazon. So we have to plan all this, and we have to have a look on this. No, I'm not saying to wait, to see and wait, but we have to be very active on this. So we will see on this part. And the last slide is just to show that intermodality for us as a port is very important, because it can reduce a lot in a different transport modes the greenhouse emissions. For example, Barcelona has this big project in the south side of the port to connect all the railway terminals to the Mediterranean corridor and to existing corridors. So the orientation is to reduce, to increase the railway transport at least from 15% to 30%. It will reduce a lot also the emissions. So intermodality and all these kind of facilities will help us to decarbonize. And this is all, okay? Thank you very much to all of us.
Again, very interesting from Barcelona. You show that we are clearly engaged in a triple transition. Multimodality is one of this transition. Digitalization is one of this transition. Energy is one of this transition. So thank you for this presentation. Now we are crossing the Med a little bit, and we are landing in Malta with Mr. Felix Gresh, Operation Manager of Onshore Power Supply Facilities in Malta, Malta Freeport. Thank you, Felix Gresh.
Thank you, Philip. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Felix Gresh from the Freeport of Malta. And we're going to take a look of what is happening in Malta as regards OPS. Malta has embraced the OPS quite energetically. And actually, we have projects which are going to be commissioned even by the end of this year. And these are major projects. not point-to-point systems for specific rope access, but projects aimed at large cruise liners, large container ships. I mean, the international standard 80,005/1. There are reasons why Malta has taken such a strong commitment to invest in these systems. Malta, for those of you who are not very familiar, essentially there are two ports. There is the port of Valletta, which nowadays is essentially a cruise port. It is for cruise liners, and we get really quite a number of cruise ships and cruise passengers. As you know, tourism is one of Malta's main sectors of the economy. Then there's another port, which is Marsaxlokk Bay, where the free port is positioned, which is geared for transshipment of containers. And there we are equipped to handle all types of vessels. Our turnaround is about 3.5 million, 4 million containers per annum. It is nearly all for transshipment. Out of those 3.5 million, only 100,500 per annum finish in Malta. So it's a pure transshipment hub. Now, this is the status of the OPS. So our projects aim to equip both ports with OPS. Obviously, what did we do? We identified the greatest polluters, and the greatest polluters were undoubtedly the cruise liners. A cruise liner, the power requirements for OPS are 16 MVA. A container ship, on the other hand, the requirement is 7.5. So we're talking half as much. Then there's another thing as well. A cruise ship, the demand of the cruise ship, essentially it is for, we call it hoteling, because why does a ship at Bird need so much power? The cruise ship, obviously, it has to keep on going. It's air conditioning systems, it's catering facilities, it's a hotel, really. So that one takes approximately always the same power. On the other hand, a container ship, the power it draws is mainly due to the number of reefers it carries on board. A reefer is the refrigerated container. If the ship had no reefers, it will not be near 7.5 megawatts for sure. The consumption will be far much less. So these are the two types of scenarios. So the first project for installation of OPS was launched towards Grand Harbor. And the project was started about 3 years ago. And now we are in a position where by the end of this year, we will have 5 16 MVA cruise ships points. That is 5 cruise ships at the same time if they berth at the port of Valletta, practically all the berths at the port of Valletta, they will be able to connect to an OPS system. Then there's also a second phase being planned for Valletta Port, because the Valletta Port, it is mainly a cruise ship terminal nowadays, but there are other facilities as well inside that harbor. There are, for example, there is a ship repair enterprise. And the ship repair, for example, sometimes it has to have the engines of the ships undergoing maintenance going on continuously. So we are identifying They have been identified actually. These specific sources, and we're building OPSs for them, which is the second phase. There is even a small berth for container ships, for small container ships. It will be equipped as well. So Valletta Harbor, starting by the end of this year, it should be equipped to handle all cruise liners calling. Plus, in about 2 years' time, it will handle practically all vessels OPS. Now, on the other hand, the project at the Freeport, we are starting very soon. The construction of it, the digging. We have designed the system, identified the power source, put out the tenders, and before that we convinced the authorities, the power that be, to give us the money, which is an important bit. And we have the tenders, and we are now selecting the applicants. So we expect in a couple of months, we can start really digging the project. It is meant to be ready in 2 years' time. So in 2 years' time, at Freeport, at Marsashlock Bay, the container vessels will have the facility of OPS. Now, why were we so convincing to the authorities? How did we convince them? I mean, if you go to the authorities, at least in Malta, we are a very small place, and tell them, look, I'm going to reduce carbon dioxide by 20%. For a politician, it doesn't mean that much. But if you tell him, look, I'm going to eliminate all your SOxes and NOxes, and these have a direct impact on the health of the people. Can you explain somebody who has got a lung problem that, look, I'm very sorry, but for us it was too expensive to invest in technology so that you have less probability? And all politicians realized, no, we have to do it for health issues. But apart from that, we substantiated our arguments with real data, in this sense. What did we do? In that box there, there's a fuel mix composition based on 2019. That is how Malta generates its electrical energy. In Malta, everything is connected to the grid. So the power that we are going to use for the OPS, how is it generated? Because at the end of the day, an OPS makes sense if the shore produced power is cleaner than that one produced by the ship. If it is the same or more dirty, yes. So basically, there we got some figures. These are real figures, and as you can see, the reduction here, they are very substantial. So we want to eliminate the NOxes, SOxes, and the particulate matter from the harbor areas, practically. Then we put it into an overall sort of strategic plan. What are we going to do? We know that the European Commission has got plans that by 2030, the installation of OPS is going to be mandatory, practically. So we had a choice. Shall we wait until 2030 until it becomes mandatory? We said no. Why wait? If it is a good thing, we do it now. So what we are doing now, we're putting it in enough investment so that as of today, or when the projects are going to be launched, with the natural demand on a voluntary basis that there is, we will cater for that. So if a ship is already equipped with OPS and they come to a Maltese port, they will be serviced. And then we are going to wrap up the facilities such that by 2030, we are in a position to cater for 90% of ship calls. So basically, this is surprisingly similar to what Hector said. This is an idea of the green plan that we have at the Freeport, the Freeport terminals operate on. Essentially, and another thing, the shore power that we're envisaging is going to be bidirectional, so that a ship can import and export power as well. The idea is to be 100% flexible. What else can I tell you? That's it.
Thank you. I was calling the police. You're here. So thank you, Felix, for this very interesting presentation. Now the turn is to Dr. Alain Morsi from the Port Training Institute, talking about green transition in the southern end. Thank you, Alain.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for your invitation. Thanks, Philip, for your invitation. Thanks for all our colleagues for Port of Algeciras, from the head of the port, General Manager, Luis, Anna. Thanks to all of you for your kind hospitality and your invitation. Actually, I was hesitated a little bit for coming here or not, because you know that maybe that I am the only representative for the South Mediterranean ports. Maybe, and Mr. Hassan from, yes, from Morocco. So I'd like to say happy Ramadan and happy feast for all of us. It may be hard for me for traveling and making a presentation and meeting while I'm fasting, but it is good. It is a good experience. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Alain Morsi. I'm professor of structural engineering and Dean of Port Training Institute in Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport, Egypt. Actually, in 1 minute, I'd like to introduce who are we. Arab Academy is an non-governmental international organization affiliated to the Arab League states. We are established since 50 years ago. One of the entities of this university, Arab Academy, it have many centers. We have colleges of engineering, medicine, pharmacy. So we served all kinds of education and consultation and training. One of its old center is Port Training Institute. Port Training Institute established since 1982, 40 years of excellency, serving all the Arab and Egyptian port authorities for serving them and providing the training for all these port authorities. So this is who we are in the beginning. Actually, my presentation will depend on many pillars. The first one is the importance of green transition and what is the Egyptian initiatives for the green transition and what is the challenges, and a small roadmap from our point of view and proposed solution and our best practices. Of course, green transition in port represent the biggest challenges for South Mediterranean ports especially, and to adapt and implement effective plans that aim to enhance sustainable development in order to keep the pace with the World Maritime environmental initiatives as well as the North Mediterranean ports. The importance of green transition in South Mediterranean, all of you know that Asia-Europe shipping route represent one of the most important routes impacting the European trade as it passes through the Mediterranean, which sheds the light of the importance of the urgent need for green transition in South Mediterranean. This is the main route for the Asian and North Europe trade. Demonstrating the importance of the South Mediterranean ports, we show the most 4 important ports represent for Suez Canal in Egypt, represents the main pivotal hub that connects the Far East with the European ports. Tanger, Morocco represents the west gate for Europe to the Africa trade. Algeria and Libya represent the major and alternative reserve of oil and gas. Tunisia represents one of the most important coast for tourism demonstrate in Europe. Also, the orientation of Europe shipping and port community to impose strict regulation and fines which may directly affect the trade between South and North Mediterranean. Accordingly to the IMO initial greenhouse gas strategy, it becomes essential to adopt effective strategies to reduce carbon dioxide emission by, of course, 40% to 2030 and 70% to 2050. What is the initiatives we are doing in Egypt specifically? We are establishing a mega green hydrogen jeep refueling station in Suez Canal area, and I think that Captain Ali Asim, who represents Port Said Port Authority, has been mentioned in his presentation. Also, there is a plan to replace logistic equipment to work with electricity and clean energy implementation by 2023. Will be the biggest solar power planet, we think, in the world. Also, expansion of the construction of solar energy platform to serve the port of Damietta and East Port Said Port Authority. We have very strict regulation have been established for ballast water disposal since 2019, encouraging the foreign investment in terms of water and emission recycling, planning to adopt ambitious strategies for blue economy supported by the Presidency of the Republic. Also, we will host the COP27 next November in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. It's the conference focusing on climate adaptation and climate mitigation and climate finance. So I'd like to invite most of your organization to participate in this important event and important international conference will be held in Egypt 2022. What is the main challenges facing the green transition in South Mediterranean? Actually, we think that the first thing is regulation, investment, and infrastructure. Regulation, we have lack of precautionary measure to prevent ship to dispose their ballast water in the port. Also, investment, insufficient legalization and taxes expansion on green transition innovation in order to encourage investment. Regarding the infrastructure, insufficient future-proof and sustainable infrastructure. Also, the need for more environmental port-city integration. Regarding the energy, there is a lack of existing renewable power platform on the ports, lack of using clean energy for port equipment. Regarding the awareness, which is our main job and our service as a port training institute, is the awareness and training providing. The need for enhancing HR environment awareness, which is a very important word, is the awareness. I think there is nobody talk about how we can make an awareness campaign for such an important event. Also, lack of green transition future profiles for what is the future profiles and jobs needed for this type of transition. Also, cooperation with EU ports for exchange of program and exchange of experience, and I will mention it in few slides later. Regarding the ecosystem, insufficient recycling platform, lack of environmental guidance and indices, lack of environmental indicators and quality assurance. This is the plan we are proposed for enhancing the green transition in South Mediterranean. Regarding the environmental technology, monitoring and upgrading, process and quality improvement, active participation and communication and cooperation, for making equipment renovation, renewable energy platform, digitization. It is important for making environmental digitization, regarding reducing financial environmental risks, and so on. We have three main items for the proposed solution. The first thing is the investment. We are concentrated on promoting smart governance, encouraging rules of clean energy investment in ports, encouraging foreign investments and joint environmental projects, promoting sustainable blue economy. Also, in the phase of infrastructure, we concentrate on construction for future-proof and sustainable construction, environmental friendly building, equipment, gradual substitution and replacement of port equipment to run in renewable energy. Also, regarding energy transition and renewable energy platform, and recycling, innovation, and digitization. 1 minute. The most important thing in the presentation is how to make green building capacity and how to promote. We make a small project in this idea for future profiles in green transition. We identify the qualification and what is the task and responsibility, and we are making the KSA, the knowledge, skills, and attitudes, and making all this in training programs. So we are making a cooperation, and this is what I said by the awareness campaign, to make a cooperation between the academic training center, consider the theoretical part, and the industry and port authority considers the practical part, for making the knowledge, skills, and attitude for all the jobs regarding the green transition. So I think this is most important thing to take into consideration. This is the building capacity campaign from the sustainability, energy, governance, resilience, green transition, digitization, and safety and security. We need a training awareness campaign for all these aspects to all the employees in all our North and South Mediterranean ports. This is our best practice in Ports Training Institute. This is the accreditation. We are accredited, and all of this from 2011 till 2022. This is the accreditation and the cooperation we are making with the international and European organization. This is the scope of our training. We cover all the aspects for training in all over any port authority. As I said before, we have, since our establishing since 1982, we have more than 500,000 trainees and more than 17,000 training courses, which is a very huge number to serving all the Arab port. This is our international cooperation with Port of Antwerp, Belgium, is the EPIC, and also we consider ourselves as a center of excellency with the EPIC, as well as regional center for MEDport Association in the South Mediterranean. This is our cooperation in the training committee with the MEDport Association, which include the Scola Europea from Barcelona, Marseille FOS from France, Valencia Port Foundation from Valencia, and Port of in Tunisia. This is a snapshot from the courses we have made previously with Valencia Port Foundation, cover all the aspects of training program. Also, this is the joint courses with Marseille FOS in France. This one of our international project funded by ENI Mediterranean. It is very fantastic project, and we are in the second year of this project. I don't want to get a long speech, but thanks a lot, and hope to see you in Egypt again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ala. Thank you for your involvement in the training in Med, and especially for the program we developed inside the Medport Association with the help of the chairman of the Cooperation Committee and represented by Maite Roman in the room. You are the chairman of this committee, so thanks for your work, Maite. Now, I said earlier that Luis was at the organization for this seminar, and you made an incredible work for the successful of this seminar, and now you are presenting as well. So you are always more than welcome in the floor. So please, Luis.
Okay, 6 minutes. Let's start. So thank you very much, all of you, because of your attention so far. Let's see how fast I can go. I'm pleased to present you the green strategy of the Algeciras port. It's an honor that Juan Antonio Patron, the Chief of the Department of Sustainability, has given me. And I just want to thank them this honor and to thank their effort to Anna and Fidel, that they are the responsible of this great job. So I will go straight to the point. We are going to explain more or less how we have, or they have done this green strategy, though, how they have planned. First of all, we look for international reference like the Agenda 2030, ESPO recommendation, EcoPorts. Thanks, Walter. With your help, we have done a good way in this issue. Then the Green Deal, for sure, no? The Fit for 55, that give us a lot of headaches, but at the same time we support it 100%. But we are working very hard to improve it. And the Agenda 2030 by the AVP, no? For all our projects like the Maritime in terms of city and port. No? So these various initiatives has helped us to propose a single and sustainable and global strategy. Then we started assessing how we were. No? We identified some performance indicators to see where we have to improve our performance, and we decided to choose these 12 AVPA sustainability commitments. No? And now I am going to explain you one by one. No, I'm joking. I am going to go very fast, okay? But as you can see, what we have done already, we have 84 projects in development. 60% of them are already in place. We have, with these 12 sustainability commitments, defined 3 strategic lines. The environmental one, that is the one where I am going to focus, the economic and the social, because sustainability cannot be understood without these 3 legs. For the environmental strategic line, we have the energy transition and sustainable infrastructure, alternative fuels for ships or barge, for example, LNG, that Mr. Fernando Impuestos has already explained us, and we have the lucky to collaborate as well with Peninsula and other companies. The OPS, I have to say you, Raúl, that we are a step ahead Valencia. We have already substations. And we are working as well with the green hydrogen. We know about the interest of 3 stakeholders to develop new facilities to produce green hydrogen. Railway development, I will focus later. I will spotlight 3 of these projects in the last part of my intervention. And electric vehicles. We have some months ago renewed our parking of the port police in order to make their movement more sustainable. Then we have another sustainability commitment, number 4, the ecosystem and biodiversity. Here we have two big issues. One is the Patella ferruginea. I think I have said it correctly. That is just an autochthonous species that we are trying to protect. Environmental quality, to promote and clean the seabed and coastline. We usually make campaigns in order to clean all our shore. Then the circular economy and green contracting, environmental friendly dredging, waste management, climate change, the most important one. Here we will focus now, because I think that here is where, in this case, is my responsibility. Now we are working very hard, as Walter has already said, and Gerardo, with the ETS. No? And this is something that is worry all the port community here in Spain, and I think in the Med as well, because, well, I will go deeper later. So this is just a diagram to show you where are all these commitments taking place. No? The OPS for the decarbonation of the ship in ports. We are looking for being in the future a green and a smart port. No? So that is the idea. This plan strategy is going to be developed from the 2021 to the 2026. And for example, no, I don't know if I got 50 seconds. Okay, I am finishing. So OPS development, okay, we have, like Marsella, we have two ports, Tarifa and Algeciras, that the Port Authority of Algeciras Bay is managing, and where we are deploying the OPS in Algeciras, in Tarifa for ferries, and here in Algeciras we want to deploy it for containers and for ferries as well. We are working on that. Our first milestone will be 2030, but now that the Fit for 55 is reviewing the challenges that they are giving us, they are telling us that maybe for 2025 we have to have something. I don't know what, but we are working on that. Then I would like to stop a bit less in the ETS definition, Fit for 55 and shipping. As we have seen before, I have to finish. There are three main regulations that are affecting us. They are FIRF, the Fuel EU Maritime, and the ETS. And the ETS is very important because as it is proposed right now by the Commission, what they will get or what they will achieve is not to reduce the emission, but to deviate them to other ports, neighbor ports. And what I am sure that in this forum, all of us, we agree that what we want is a green Mediterranean in both sides, in the north side and in the south side. So we are working very hard, talking with Puertos del Estado, Marina Mercante, IMO as well, because we think that this is something that has to be harmonized by the IMO. And the ETS, the inclusion of the shipping in the ETS by the European Union has to have a broader view of the problem and take into consideration that is a global issue in order to make the transport sustainable for all, and because, as you can realize, there are several places where it's easy to deviate and to continue still polluting without not applying the ETS because of the easy way to deviate to the main routes. And finally, I would like to present you, this is last mile actions that we are taking with the railway, that is, it is known to be the most sustainable transport, hand by hand with the maritime transport. We have grants from the European Commission, the Connecting Europe facilities. We are working on these projects. There are 4 projects. We are now in the designing phase. This is going to help us to improve our capacity, and to implement the rolling motorway that with my colleagues Juan José and Andrés García, we are working very hard on this. And this is all. Thank you very much. I have the book if you want it.
So, thank you, Luis. We have started our Mediterranean tour by a discussion between Algeciras and Tangemed. So we finished with Algeciras and Tangemed. So please, for the last intervention, Mr. Zakaria Bouamri, Tangemed Utilities General Director. Please, sir. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm pleased to share with you some axes Tangemed work on to succeed in its energy transition and reduce green emission, yes. There is 3 axes: energy transition, energy efficiency, and green mobility. And there is 2 actions, recycling and reuse. But we will insist on the first three points. For the renewable, I want just to share with you some numbers. The renewable energy production capacity in Morocco exceeds 4,000 megawatts. It represents 37% of installed capacity. Morocco aims to exceed 52% by 2030. Tangemed Port is surrounded by more than 300 megawatts of installed wind capacity. Tangemed has the location, the geographic location of Tangemed offers significantly opportunities for the development of renewable energy exceed what it needs. So that's why we have had the idea to develop proper production for Tangemed. So we have three options. Wind farm on the hill alongside, excuse me, okay, on the long side in the port or on the main dike of the port for a potential of 30 megawatt. The second option is floating solar park on the dam reservoir near the port. And the third option is more than 15 megawatt of the rooftop park. So we have 1.4 megawatt in operating by the end of the year. To improve offer for ships, Tangemed voluntary comply with European requirements regarding the Green Deal roadmap. So we have another important project is called ironing to ships during stopovers. Tangemed plans to equip all container terminals and passengers ro-ro terminals. A first phase in processing of launching tenders for the passenger port and container terminal for a capacity of 12 megawatt. It will be in operation by the end of 2023. The second phase, by 2025, is to equipment the whole terminals, Tangemed 1 and Tangemed 2. I want to tell something about the hydrogen. The Moroccan Ministry of Energy Transition has established a hydrogen roadmap for short, medium, and long term by 2050. For terms concerning Tangemed, in particular hydrogen mobility and green fuel for export. We are observing development in the hydrogen track, and we hope if conditions, economic conditions and technical conditions, we hope adopt them from 2026 for whole fleet, more than 100 track. Another component under study is the infrastructure necessary to position Port Tangemed and Port Wpsp under construction as a regional hub of e-fuel. Thank you for your attention.
It's me, I'm late. Sorry, you surprised me. It's my fault. Yeah, it's my fault. Thank you very much, everyone, for your presentation, especially you, Mr. Bohemi, for this last presentation. We have the time for one or two questions, maybe, just something you have to say now, or you want to ask to our panelists and speakers. No, so please. Applause our speakers. Many thanks for your intervention. As you can see, all the members of the Medport Association are deeply involved in the green transition. So thank you very much. Maybe you can go back to the room. Now we are going to conclude. And I will ask the president of the Port of Algeciras to say maybe a word to conclude, Gerardo Landaluz, to put a final point to this seminar. Thank you.
Just 30 seconds, Philippe. Well, just a couple of words. Just a big thanks. A big thanks to all the participants, to all the speakers for your contribution. We have a nice homework to be done. As Dr. Ala Morsi has established our roadmap, we have been talking about regulation, infrastructure, investments, energy, awareness, ecosystems, major challenges, and we have an action plan. Well, the thing is that a part of the content of the seminar, it's clear that we have expressed all the stakeholders. We have expressed our commitment, our solid commitment in this transition. So it's a question just to establish good regulation and clear regulation in this sense. At the same time, I would like to thank to all the organizers. Philippe, your team in Marseille, all the people that have been working together, Luis, Anna, and the whole team. And in this sense, Philippe, 27 speakers. 27 speakers, congratulations. and on time. So you have been doing a good job. So thanks again. And it's not an easy task, and you have been doing it perfectly. Thank you. And the good thing is that Medports, again, this seminar is a clear example of the importance and the role that Medports can develop in the industry. So we think that it's a solid message that we are sending to all our colleagues, just to keep going, and all the people that are not still in the association, just to get together, because we have a good and very important job to be done. And finally, the network. Network is part of our philosophy of the association of the MEDports. So I think that now we're going to share a Spanish wine and to continue working on that question, and especially just to get together and close this concept of network that MEDports is doing so well. Again, thank you very much. And perhaps next time, Malta, perhaps? Okay. Marseille. All right, thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Geraldo, for this word and for your involvement and encouragement for the Medport Association. Just in a few points, first, real dynamic to achieve the objective of the green transition. We show that this morning, I think. We show as well that the Port Authority have a key role to play for implementing and promoting all kinds of projects in this field and in this perspective. The green transition is clearly a common ambition that needs the highest level of cooperation between stakeholders, actors of the maritime transport and the port activities. All cannot be done immediately, but the most important is the move engaged now by all the stakeholders, I said. And yes, we need financial support of national and from national and international substitution. And the role of the Medport Association is to help to build these networks, help to exchange, to ease the exchange between the Port Authority to achieve the success in the green transition. So we keep on working on it, and thanks to the involvement of all the members of the Medport Association, we are sure that we'll succeed in this mission. Just to give you two dates for the Medport Association, the 10th of May, with the help of the Jimenez Port Authority, we will have a webinar dedicated to the fresh and perishable goods. If I well remember, it's at 3 p.m., the 10th of May, so it will be very interesting to have this for you to attend. And the 7th and the 8th of July, we will have the big annual conference, Medport, in Civitavecchia, near Roma. And so we are all invited to come because it will be on site. So please don't hesitate to join us in Civitavecchia at the beginning of July. I think the weather will be perfect. And to finish, I would like to warmly thank again Gerardo, the Port of Algeciras, Luis, Anna for the organization. It was perfect. Everybody says the same thing. It's very, very good. It was very, very good. And again, maybe Anna, you see me. Thank you in Marseille for all your job. 6 minutes? Okay, 6 minutes. It's always difficult to finish, but thank you very much for being here. And I hope that it was interesting and fruitful for you. Thank you very much on the behalf of the Medport Association and its president. Thank you again. I think now we have a light lunch. Yeah, just same place of the coffee break. So see you maybe in a couple of minutes. Thank you again.